It's alright, she's in my side. I got all night, so just sit tight, so just sit tight. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild, and she looks in my eyes. She's in the groove now. Gotta make her mine. I've got to move now. Hell yeah.
hello everybody. Welcome to our very special Nerdsmith Presents. This is a 3-week stream called We Are Not Things. We are raising money for charity with these 3 weeks. We'll be here on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, 9-ish p.m. Eastern, and 6-ish p.m. Pacific time. And this is a Mad Max Fury Road themed game. Some of us recently watched the movie and decided, let's do it. But also, we are raising money for a cause very important to all of us. The National Network of Abortion Funds helps to protect reproductive rights in the United States, and we are raising money to help support that effort. But obviously, we love you and cherish you for donating out of the goodness of your heart, but also as a thank you and sort of as an enticement to come watch the show, we are doing a bunch of prize giveaways over the next 3 weeks, including during stream. At the end of tonight's stream, anybody who donated $5 or more to NNAF, or to our Tiltify account, which you can find. Can somebody look and see if there's a widget? There should be a widget on the screen in Twitch to let you, or there should be a thing at the bottom of the video. Under the video, there's a Tiltify. Or you can go to nerdsmith.org/donate. That will also do it. Or you can find the link in a code I totally didn't remember to put together.
Mm-hmm.
It's
totally.
Nerdsmith.org/donate works really well and is really easy to tell people. Because the other one is a little long. But you can find it at that link. We are giving away a ton of really fun things from some really amazing friends and donors, including Green Ronin Publishing, a couple of our sponsors, Die Hard Dice and Hero Forge. We have a couple of giveaways from those two companies. And we also have some really kick-ass stuff for some indie creators that just really wanted to share, and some of those items may be showing up in the game. But we'll get to that. How much to add a Dracolich? I have this game in particular planned out, Retsev. I love you to death, but this game does not have quite the well, it's going to have a chaotic energy, but a very specific chaotic energy coming from the people on the screen. So we are basing our game loosely off of Mad Max Fury Road, and we're gonna, let's see, I guess we'll get started. I'll talk a little bit more if we take a break in the middle, or at the end I'll talk a little bit more about some of the people that have donated their time and energy to helping us put together this charity stream, and I'm very excited to get going. Hello players, by the way. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
How about, just for the sake of it, why don't we introduce ourselves a little bit? Just tell people your name and which wife you're playing. And if you haven't seen Mad Max Fury Road, we'll explain things. You're not going to learn much of anything about the movie by watching this, actually. I'm deviating a bit. But it's a good way to start. So, my name is Angela. I am your story guide for this evening. I will be helping these 5 intrepid ladies in character to fuck up the patriarchy, basically. This is also you might have noticed if you came on here that it's a mature, like, appropriate stream. You have to click that you're 18. So, yeah, we're gonna cuss. So, sorry. Among other things, there's gonna be a lot of blood. So, let's go around the table. Let's start with Capable. Laura, would you like to say hello to the fine people at home?
Hello, fine people at home. I'm Alora. I'm playing Capable.
Heck yeah.
Pronouns are she, her, and I'm really excited to be here. This is gonna be a wild ride.
Agree. Don't worry about that screen camera. Thank you, Laura. Maury, you're next.
Hello. I'm Maury. I don't understand why it's hard to say hi. I am playing the Dag, which is great because they're hilarious and I love them and they're my favorite one.
Wonderful.
I'm Australian. That's my
So
one
really,
character
the
trait.
most authentic thing in this entire game
Yeah.
is
Everything
Maury's
that I do
nationality.
is 100% genuine. I live this movie on a daily basis.
Maury is very self-deprecating and claiming that this is the only valuable thing to come out of Australia, which I blatantly don't agree with. I think Maury's delightful. So Maury's at least the second most valuable thing to come out.
And the second greatest thing to ever come out in Australia.
Yep, there you go. That's how
Yeah.
you should introduce yourself now. You're welcome. Thank you, Maury. And next we have Alex.
Hello, I'm Alex. Pronouns he, him for me, but I'm playing Fragile. And I finished watching the movie 30 minutes ago, so let's go.
What did
Fragile
you?
is they, she. I entirely forgot about that bit, but yes.
That's okay. What did you think?
I
You hated
loved it entirely.
Awesome. Well, that was really. God damn it, Laura. Literally every time.
We'll never not make that joke.
I see that. Lane.
Hi, I'm Lane. I am playing Splendid, which is wonderful because she has always been my favorite, and I'm so excited to bring her to life a little bit for everybody.
Heck yeah. And all the way from Cartoon Land, Liz.
All the way from Cartoon Land. I'm Liz, and I will be playing the wife Toast. The wife.
I just need you to know that I forgot you guys were all wives, and I thought you were just like basically calling Toast a waifu. That's what I thought you were doing. I play the
She's
wife.
not.
In the movie?
Have you
Did
seen
you
her?
see her?
Have you seen all of them in the movie? This is also
I don't know. I
this
think
is going
Toast
to be
is the hottest.
this is a 3 to 4 hour thirst session, because I'm pretty sure for several people in this table, you're playing the one you simp for. So
Yep.
it's like you can't decide whether you want to be them or if you just want to like stare at them. Which is really appropriate for the themes of this story we're going to tell. So,
How's that for a segue?
hey, real quick before we completely start, just as a reminder, down below on the screen you'll see our goal right now, and I need to get rid of our giveaway milestone because that's not a thing we're doing yet. But other than that, you can see our goal right now is to earn $1,000 over the next 3 weeks. Now listen, I know that you all like that seems like a lot of money, but I think we're gonna be okay. Honestly, I'm gonna start off being optimistic here, if that's cool with everybody. So you donate during stream at some point, and there might be something fun that happens on screen. I might not have done it correctly, and it might not work, or it might, and it'll be awesome. And if you donate, you are eligible for all of our giveaways. If you donate $5 or more, that excludes one particular giveaway. If you donate $10 or more, you are eligible for all of our prize giveaways, plus our Die Hard Dice giveaway. Our Die Hard Dice giveaway is a 7-piece metal dice set, and it is absolutely gorgeous. It is the Dracona Chaos Ether set, and I will put the picture in chat because it's
They're
so
beautiful.
pretty. And I just want you all to see and acknowledge how pretty they are. Where are you? You are right here. Here you go. That's the dice set. The Draconia Chaos Ether set is absolutely beautiful. It's got a dragon scale pattern on it in addition to its really pretty sunset colors that it has. And it is... But if you put $10 or more into our charity donation or into our charity fundraiser, you will be eligible to win those potentially. So, and those will be announced at the end of the event. So on August 4th, our 3rd episode. Anyway.
I want like 20 of them.
I know, right? Oh. Tessa has them and she's like, oh man, we can't donate these. I don't know what's happening.
Of course not.
One of the reasons, full disclosure, one of the reasons that we are asking for a slightly higher donation, not that we get any of the money for it, is just because we are physically sending those. So we wanted to make sure that, people were putting in a little more effort to earn those. Some of our giveaways, we actually have multiple giveaways. I'll make a slightly more detailed announcement as we continue on. So, y'all ready?
Hell yeah.
Probably not, but let's do it anyway!
Hell yeah is the most appropriate thing. Hey, look, it worked! Nerd building! Thank you for your $20 donation. Oh, I have to make that alert longer. The fire doesn't come out of Guitar Guy's guitar yet. The GIF cuts off. So, let's get started. Oh, by the way, I have some music donated for this show over the course of the next 3 weeks from Dizzy the Bard. And Dizzy the Bard is absolutely freaking amazing. You should check out his stuff. Just look up Dizzy the Bard. He makes really kick-ass music and also D&D and TTRPG themed rap songs, and he's fucking awesome. So,
There's a joke to be made about us being witnessed right now. Someone had to make it eventually.
So, our story takes place in hell. The realm of Avernus, the first circle of hell. A wasteland, devoid of water, devoid of mostly intelligent life. It is a place of torture and deprivation. It is a place where the strong survive because the strong step on the less so. One of the strongholds in the realm of Avernus is a place called the Citadel. A massive draconic skull mounted in the side of a cavern. Canyon. That was the word I was looking for. This bleached, decrepit, ancient skull towers hundreds of feet in the air. It is believed by many, especially those who reside in the Citadel, to be the skull of a god, or at least an avatar of a god. It is holy, as much as something can be holy here in hell. It is ruled by a man worshipped as a demigod, known simply as the Immortal. He and his roving band of warriors raid the wastes of Avernus, collecting gold, other riches and valuables, the souls of people who drove a little too slow on the road. These warriors are a tribe of Goliaths, most of them orphaned by the various conflicts and the overall war that rages across the Hells. These war boys, as they come to be known, believe that the Immortal is a scion of the great platinum dragon, Bahamut. He is fierce, he is terrifying, he is cruel, but they see it as strength. Doing what you need to do to survive in this horrific place. And the Immortal promises them that if they prove themselves worthy, that he will take them to Isgard, the heavenly afterlife for warriors and champions. And so they follow his orders. They seek a righteous and good death in battle or on the road. Because the Immortal promises they'll be going to a better place. Some of the more righteous believers among the war boys believe this. Some of them just have started to enjoy the chaos. And by have started, I mean like probably centuries of this. Those who live in Avernus, not many of them are actually living. Most of them are just wayward souls, seeking a final resting place. In Avernus, there's no place in Avernus to rest. Whether the sun, the ever-beating sun that's all around you, there is no sun, it is just heat and light and thirst. Nothing but desert. And nothing but thirst, I understand. There is nothing but desert ahead of you. Nothing but a life within the walls of this skull to look forward to. Today's a little different. They were Splendid's words, scratched out onto the wall when you left. What had begun as a whisper of a thought that you did not belong in this hell. No matter what your shared husband might proclaim, the Immortal is a towering giant of a man, more demon than mortal. And he rules over this little patch of hell that you'd known as home your entire lives. He rules by the crack of the whip and the thunder of war machines. But he does not own you. Those were Splendid's words. You were not his things. But you could take some of his things. As you quietly inch your way out of the vault, the stone room that you've been raised and kept in, Splendid, having known a little bit more about the layout of the Citadel and having been in contact with your ride, knows where to go. But she also knows a detour. You all inch down the hallway. You hear thunderous chanting outside. There's nobody in here. They're all out celebrating or preparing for a trip out to the wastes. The one you're going to hijack, for lack of a better word. Before you go, you make a pit stop in a different vault, another place where the Immortal likes to keep his precious things. Fragile. You're a little squirrely.
Yep.
I'd like you to... Well, I'll just tell you what you see. You see a big door in front of you. And there's an elaborate series of gears. This almost... It almost looks like it's making some sort of puzzle rather than a lock with a key. You have a lot of puzzles in your room. You're used to fiddling with things like that. What do you want to do?
Fragile definitely kind of tilts the head a little bit, putting the 2 and 2 together. If that looks a lot like, not specifically, but things I've seen before, and sort of creeps up, all gentle with the little paws, and kind
to have you guys
of
describe
shakes the
yourselves,
hands
but it's
out, and another hand, similar purple to their skin, appears as they cast Mage Hand, and they just sort of put their ear against the wall and start fiddling with it, like they're trying to solve it.
This certainly seems like a puzzle that needs more than one hand. Maybe even more than 2. Maybe one of the backups of this place is that there needs to be more than one person opening this. Though, you do have an extra hand to spare. So I need you to give me a lock-picking check. Give me a sleight of hand check. Actually, no, it's a lock-picking check, so give me a dexterity check with your proficiency.
Okay. That is 26. Yeah.
26. All of you keeping watch hear the gentle, very calm clicking. Fragile's very, they're very quiet compared to some of you. But there are certain things that Fragile is very cool and collected about, and their puzzles is one of them. You have your hand turning one section of this gear mechanism, while another one is trying to line up a few spokes that are showing some similar shapes to them that they might fit together. And this spectral hand kind of fits in right next to your head and you're just kind of eyeballing all 3 of them, trying to line them up correctly, listening very carefully for some telltale sounds. You hear a mix of clicks and some sort of almost like a distant chime noise, but it's coming from inside the puzzle. And then it all locks together. And some of the gears shift, and you see a handle grip to open the door.
They kind of put one hand on it, don't really give it a full tug, and then look over their shoulder, definitely pull a wing back so they can actually see everyone, and do like a little sort of, psst, it's big door. I don't think I can pull it. Okay. The mage hand is doing the sort of waving over motion. She's sort of holding the handle. I don't think I can pull it on my own.
What do you do?
Help.
It
Look at me,
will,
I got minions.
anything mine are better. And she just walks over.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, capable. I'm going to give you each an opportunity that I want to give you a little bit of a spotlight. See if you can work in a little bit of description of what you look like. So, you walk up to the door. Does anybody else help Fragile try to pry the door open? It's a pretty big handle. You think it's probably meant for a Goliath or perhaps even the Immortal himself to open, so there's enough room for a few sets of hands.
Toast will also come up and try to help.
Okay. Toast, you kind of slide in as you're a little bit shorter than capable.
We're all just getting comfy.
I mean,
Totem pole.
you 5 are some of the Immortals' prized wives. There are others, but you are the, for whatever reason, you're considered sort of the crown jewels of his collection. So you've been living together for a while now. Fragile's the youngest. They haven't spent as much time with all of you, but the other 4, you've been together for easily a few years now. So what I want is so one of you's going to take the bulk of the weight, either Capable or Toast, and then the other one's going to assist them. Who would like to be the one that rolls the check to try to open?
I mean, I know I'm capable, but I think you might be a lot more able for this.
How many times do you think she's told that joke?
A lot.
Too many.
It never gets old, the Fragile.
Toast kind of looks at her arms. She's not really too buff, but she is lean and athletic. And she kind of shrugs and she shrugs and pulls as hard as she can.
And Capable, with the slight height that she has, can get you a little different leverage point. So, Toast, I want you to roll me a strength check with advantage. Also, Dag, I would like you to give me a perception check as you keep an eye out down the hall.
It's not too bad.
I got a 14.
14, okay.
Yeah.
And what was that perception check?
Perception was 16.
16, okay. So, Toast, with Capable helping out a little bit, you shove at the door handle, and you feel it slowly starting to slide open. It's a slow but steady movement. So Dag, as they're about halfway with the door, well, like halfway to a point where you can slip in, so it's like a crack, you hear the thudding and sort of jangling of someone or multiple someones sort of marching down the hallway. They haven't turned the corner to see all of you yet, but they're like coming down a adjacent hallway.
Shit.
What?
We got incoming. Just don't know how many. Find somewhere to not be seen.
How far
I mean,
is the
it's
door
not
open?
helpful, but
Got about like this much space, you need a little bit more to be able to slip through. It's about halfway to a point where you can get through. Well, let's say for you to get
Yeah.
through, Splendid, who is 8 months pregnant, might need a little more space.
Yeah, she's like looking at the door space, just willing it to be big enough for her to go through.
Splendid. My body
Capable.
doesn't do that.
Can't bend that way. Capable is going to, hearing this, she kind of takes hold of the side of it where it's cracked open, and she's trying with all of the strength that she has to shove that shit open.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a strength check with advantage, because I assume that Toast is also assisting you.
Oh, yes.
We're just both trying to push again.
Thank God for advantage.
Yeah, that's the idea. Thank Bahamut.
No.
No.
Oh, no.
And a 2.
The two.
What?
Both trying really hard to push, and
You know, this might be, an object is only as strong as its weakest point, but this might be a bit easier with more help.
question?
Don't think there's space for me to fit over there.
Yes, Dag.
Excuse me.
Talking to you.
What's the wall made out of?
The wall is made of stone.
Would mold earth apply in this situation?
It
I want to try and just push like
the door.
just 5 feet of the
Okay.
wall to try and piston the door open.
The door is carved stone. The ground beneath the door is hard earth. Like sandy, compacted dirt that was tunneled to make this hallway. It was not artificially put here. So, it does count as earth.
Okay. I'll try and, for lack of a better term, earthbend the door open by having just the ground help push it open.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So, I will give you one more roll, capable. A third with Dag helping you.
Capable kind of like she shifts her goggles slightly and like knocks her hair back, and she just like kind of tries one more time and really just tries to put her back into it. All right. You said with advantage or not?
Roll a third time, so roll once.
Okay. 19.
You and Toast are pushing as hard as you can. You feel it starting to continue opening, and then all of a sudden, it pushes with this slightly loud slide of rock, and you're like, "Oh shit, we got!" And then you look down and you see this slightly angled, shoved chunk of earth that has been. It's holding the door open, basically, quite a bit, or at least it pushed it open quite a bit.
That was a little louder than I was expecting it to be.
In now.
Go.
Okay, so 1 and 2. Okay, you Splendid. You are the last one not interacting with the door, and you see right down the hall, right about to turn, 2 Goliaths. One, a lot of them, it looks like a lot of them. Big, not a burp. Don't worry about it. Big, brawny, like 7 foot tall, completely hairless, stone gray skin, chiseled, no pun intended, jaw, and a series of silver painted markings all over with different sort of like runes in Draconic, lots of prayers to the Platinum Dragon or to the Immortal. There are lots of also just like shoot the shit sort of imagery with like racing imagery. There's like a flaming skull on the side of his head. There's like some element on his shoulder that looks like a pair of fuzzy dice you would hang from a windshield. It's this combination of very intimidating, but like also, you guys are a bunch of chuckle fucks. Because they are just they're like a bunch of fucking hell frat boys to some degree. You see, one of them
make them run faster.
the second one that's with him is notably a little scrawnier, same kind of tattoo bullshit though, and they are both covered in a lot of scars and like burns, because who needs safety gear when you're driving giant hell machines? And you see them turn the corner just as you all start sliding into the vault. It's Chad. A''A''D.
Oh my god.
It's worse than Chad the Slod.
Mm-hmm.
Chad
When
the
she
Slot was
sees
amazing.
that, and she's the last person in, she will basically try to make sure the door shuts all the way behind them.
Okay. I need you to give me a strength check.
Surprisingly, she's better at this than you would
She
think.
real good. I mean, is that pregnant lady strength?
Hell yeah, that is an 18.
18. You shove the other direction, which that angled earth with the dag not really focused on it at all anymore. It just kind of, and not really designed to take the pressure from a different angle. Physics kicks in and the thing cracks and you shove the door closed. Do you leave it open at all, or do you shut it all the way? With your roll, you would have enough control to leave
she
a
would
sliver
leave
of
it
a
open
crack.
a tiny bit,
Okay.
so it'll be easier for them to get open. But she doesn't want people to know that the door was ever open.
Okay. So, you can. Do you have any cantrips or anything?
Yeah, let me look. Nothing probably useful in this case.
I'm just curious.
I have Celestial Burst, Radiance, Spare the Dying, Thaumaturgy, and Toll the Dead.
Thaumaturgy, I would say you could probably get away with this. I think you could create a small, maybe like a small gust of wind that would push up some of the dust to kind of fill the crack in just a little bit, so it was harder to see. I'd give you that. Basically, I love all the cantrip spells, and I want to let you use them for whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
They're for giving you advantage on things.
Mhm.
So you slide, you leave your hand right where the door shuts, so you have just enough room. You slip it out, and give me a perception check, and the rest of you give me a stealth check.
19.
Okay, 19 on the perception. What'd you guys get for stealth? It's gonna be a group check, so.
11.
Okay, capable?
13.
13, Dag?
11.
11, fragile?
23.
Hell yeah. Toast?
Gosh.
18.
18. Okay, the 18 and the
Be
23.
glad I didn't roll this.
Yup. Splendid is... Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it right now. So, Fragile and Toast, you instinctively know, we'll make less noise, come in closer. You guys lead the other two away from the door, and Splendid, you hear as they kind of rumble on by, these two Goliaths just kind of shooting the shit. They're kind of ragging on each other. One of them sort of shoves the little one and he just boom, right into a wall. It was meant to be a playful thing, but this kid is half the size of the big one. And they're talking about the expedition. Saying that done. My brain was like, you do voices. That's a thing you do. Hold on. Saying things like, oh, with the Fury leading the charge, we're not going to have much trouble anyway with those fucking imps, right? Well, yeah, but what about those crow fuckers? They're down in the swamp. Oh, fuck the crow fuckers. Just fuck up. And he just shoves the little guy. It's like, okay, yeah, okay, yep, sure. And they walk by the vault. They don't even notice anything.
They do what to the crows?
Well, the expression was to stone them, not.
I don't think they meant literally.
I don't want to know what they meant.
You can't really tell it. You never know down here, it's a problem.
Crow fucking is a real problem around here.
Unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
So, you all turn around and face the room, you are in a vault space. It is a large, looming, round room with huge stone pillars, all made of this orange-reddish sandstone that pervades all of Avernus. And in little crevices in the wall, you see it's almost displayed like a museum. It's probably the neatest and most organized room you have ever seen, of the few rooms of the Citadel you have seen. And things kind of just speak to you as you all spread out a little bit, not literally, as you all spread out and kind of take what you need. Splendid. Your eyes fall on a few items that are in one of these little alcoves. There is a beautiful set of golden armor. It has like wing edges on the shoulders and lots of sun imagery and flame imagery across it. It's really kick-ass, but like, how the fuck are you gonna wear that?
Yeah.
The other thing is a shield. This shield is adorned with lots of different arcane symbols in Celestial, and also with this almost sunburst pattern on it. It's light enough to carry. It would strap really securely onto your arm. And, I mean, protection's never a bad thing. What would you like to do?
She looks between them, but after a moment she picks up the shield and sort of holds it in both hands for a minute, like looking at her reflection in the metal, and then starts trying to figure out how to, maybe not now, but how she's gonna get it onto herself.
Okay.
And then she'll turn back to see where the others are.
There are some, like, there is a rough attempt to label things in here. You see that the shield has a bit of paint on it. Like, oh god, this is how I'm particularly targeting Lane right now. Oh god, this is how they're cataloging things. It's just paint on the back of the magic item. It says arrow catching shield. You may add that to your character sheet. Let's see. Fragile. You quietly look around and you find an area that looks a little like a place for, like, where jewelry is being kept and displayed. You see a bunch of really pretty amulets and sort of wrist cuffs. But two things really stand out to you. You see a beautiful ring that looks like it's almost like a signet ring, and it has a rabbit in mid-leap on it, etched onto it. It is labeled a ring of jumping. And you also see a pair of really beautiful, like, halfway up your palm gloves. The gloves have little patches of some kind of material that's not the same as the leather they're made of, but it's specifically on the fingertips. And it almost looks like etched or pressed into that material are little fingerprints. These are labeled gloves of thievery. Which would you like?
They kind of look between the ring and the gloves, and then kind of shift their wings a little bit and go for the gloves.
All right. You pick those up and they're comfy. They're a little big on you, but I think you are probably one of the sort of more. Actually, I think a few of you are kind of well read when it comes to magic stuff. There's a good chance they'll fit eventually. At minimum, you'll grow into them. Capable. You are, there's like clothes, there's weapons, but they're a little on the heavy looking side. Until your eyes spy a sort of miscellaneous area with a lot of weird stuff. There's a like snow globe, there's a little music box, there's a bunch of stuff in here. But the two things that stick out to you are a beautiful ceramic jar that has a very thick handle on it and a space for like a strap where you could wear it, which is handy for moving around. It is labeled an alchemy jug. And the other item that you see is at first you think it's a wand, but then you see that it seems to have had some sort of wrench like soldered to it. And it is labeled a wand of mending.
She kind of holds the wand for a moment and turning it over. And then she shakes her head a little bit, sets it down, and grabs the alchemy jug.
Okay. You may add that to your character sheet.
Awesome.
Dag. You find you're just sort of wandering around to see what feels right. You know, like items like these sort of things they have a vibe to them, and you want to make sure you get the thing that has the right vibe. And you are drawn to there is a wand. It almost looks like it's being stored in an umbrella stand. And this rod is made of a very sort of golden color. And on either end of this rod, there appears to be like, I mean, hell, they almost look like, would it be rook chess pieces? There's like two little castle towers on either end of this rod. And it is labeled a rod of absorption. You
Take them out.
Oh, okay. You may put that on your character sheet. And finally, Toast. You see a couple of things that are very tempting. You see a pair of goggles that are they almost look like they've got like sharp, thin eyes with almost like a little bit of a beak on it. It's labeled Eyes of the Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
And you also see let's see. You also see a wand or not a wand. particularly fun for you. It appears to be some sort of small rifle, like a little one. But it's very crude. It doesn't have all the mechanics that the gun should have. And it is labeled a pistol of magic missile.
She kind of looks over the pistol, checking the barrel and everything. And
There's nothing for the barrel, like, there's nothing in the barrel. It's got, like, a crystal on the end of what should be a barrel. It's literally a wand of magic missile, but just it looks like a pistol.
She goes, "This is not a gun."
Somebody made it to look like a gun because they were like, hey, people like guns here.
Yeah. They sold it off for a very high price, even though it's worth. I will take the pistol of magic missile.
The magic missile?
Yeah, the magic missile. If you will.
Magic missile launcher.
That would work too. Okay, so you each grab the item that kind of speaks to you the most, and you start to feel this rumble in the ground that you very much recognize as the sounds of the war boys starting to, like, beat the war drums. Which really is just, like, the subwoofer of a gigantic stereo system. Playing the war drums. It's just, they just crank it up. And so you know that the expedition is going to start soon. And you need to get moving.
Time to go.
Let's book it.
After you.
Fine. She'll walk up to the door, like, she can't see through it, but she'll, like, listen at the crack for a second, and if she doesn't hear anything, then she'll start to pull the door back open.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Toast will also help in pulling it open.
Awesome.
Ditto.
That is a 15 on perception.
Okay. You listen, and for the most part, you just hear the from the war drums, and a little bit of, like, dust falling from the walls as everything vibrates, but you don't hear any more steps or any evidence that anyone's coming. Those of you who are attempting to push the door, two people were helping?
Yes.
All three of you roll strength check.
Toast got a 17.
Nice.
11.
11.
Non-natural 20.
Nice. All three of you are able to work together to shove the door open as far as it needs to go. And honestly, the moment it shows up wide enough for Splendid, you all start
she's
piling out.
right through it.
All right. So, who wants to take... Oh, I mean, the Splendid knows where you're going, so she'll be taking the lead on this. You start to continue heading down the hallway. The beating of the drums gets louder. You start to hear the distortion a little bit more. And you stop just before you reach a turn that would open out into what is essentially the massive garage where everybody pulls out the war machines, or rather where the war machines are stored and everybody peels out into the desert. There is you're off to the side, and there's basically a stairwell that would go down onto the main pit floor of the garage. And in front of this stairwell, you see a war machine. These massive vehicles that are a mishmash of rusted out metal and scavenged pieces from armor that has been taken from the dead. There's pieces that could easily just be like chunks of demon chitin, like just shells and claws and things just kind of roped on. A combination of adding some extra protection, but also just being gross and intimidating. And there are also a number of weapons that are just strapped to the outside of these machines, presumably just in case anybody needs to grab one while you're driving. You also see that this vehicle, this large vehicle that you're near, might actually provide a little bit of cover. Because beyond it, amidst all the war machines that are parked, and there's hundreds of war machines here, you see... Not hundreds, there's dozens of war machines. You see hundreds of Goliaths. You see the war boys. They're all mixed up. Some of them are standing on top of the war machines, but they're all looking inward towards what is essentially the back of the mouth of this giant dragon skull. And up above, maybe 100 feet up, you see this massive balcony and a very familiar, pale, horned silhouette. But for now, there is a potential to have some cover and just kind of side around the machines, because in the opposite direction, you can see the rig. A large, sort of mashed together series of war machines that have been created to make almost a caravan sort of vehicle that has storage for any number of things that might be needing to be shipped to different areas in Avernus, or used very often for plundering loot that might be from a raiding party. But that is your ride out of here. It's probably about 90 feet away from you. But you got to get around a machine to get there.
How are we going to do this?
I'm not the person to ask. I just know we gotta get there.
Anybody have a thought?
I mean, I would assume quietly.
Very helpful toast.
Post the knowing for a reason.
Dag didn't
Listen,
want
I just know about guns.
And I'm in favor of one foot in front of the other. And
Dag
just-
didn't want a virtue name, but Toast did, and so y'all called her the knowing because she was a know-it-all.
Yeah.
Just common sense, that's all it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm pretty hard to see sometimes when I kind of want to be. I think I can look like one of them as well, but if they try and just goes through it, so I'm just gonna stay low. They don't tend to look down.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with staying low. That seems like a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Leave alone. That's
Yeah.
my only.
And let's hope the noise they make covers up any noise we make.
you want to lead the way, Fragile?
Knowing them.
I mean, you don't want to,
Not
but are you going to?
Not particularly, but if they know where they're going, they'll try.
Okay.
Splendid definitely pointed the direction they needed to go. She didn't say anything.
Yeah,
but-
and you can see the rig, this big dark metal tanker, basically, decorated in spikes and chains and stuff.
Very comforting.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check, Fragile.
Okay.
I'm sure it's more cushy on the inside.
25.
25.
Holy shit.
This dice has been very kind to me with that expertise.
Oof, you get like Sherlock Holmes vision, just like, okay, this is where I'm gonna go. Or like Horizon Zero Dawn, where you can see the path of all the monsters. You scan the area. Keep an eye out for. I mean, the war boys are huge. They're not hard to see. They're honestly, they're not really that hard to predict, and they tend to telegraph what they're doing, and you can just do a little bit of a count. You see the steps of the one war boy that's kind of vaguely in the direction of the truck, and you watch as he reaches up and unclips some sort of attachment that was chaining the rig down, and starts walking it towards where it should be stored. And you kind of take a breath, almost like you're gonna fire a gun, and you go. And you slip down with your pawed feet. You just creep down the stairs completely silently. Not even given the fact that there's a lot of noise happening, but like even if there wasn't, you would be quiet. And you just pad down to the bottom of the stairs and you glance underneath the war machine. You kind of do this combination of crouching and crawling a little bit on all fours. It's a little mix of the two. And you just kind of scurry underneath the machine around a wheel, and you come back out the other side, and there's nobody coming on either side, and you can have the others follow. So, I would like everyone to give me a stealth check with advantage, because Fragile is assisting.
Thank fuck.
They're giving you a little bit of a pathway, which way to go.
Oh, okay.
Natural 20.
Hell
I have
yeah.
rolled exclusively 10s this entire game.
Incredible.
16.
Okay.
For me, that's good.
11. Yeah, seriously, 11s.
23.
Hell yes. So, amidst all of, like, between the lot of you, you follow Fragile's lead. They kind of wave you on. Actually, I bet you it's just the mage hand.
It is.
So you don't have to like stick your hand out. You can be tucked in.
I don't
and
want
there's
to
just
risk
a little.
it.
And they it's fine.
Oh no.
It's fine. Retsev just killing me with puns. So you get to the next crossing, and you look either way. You can hear more of the war boys sort of banging on the roofs of some of the war machines. One of them is only about he's above you, but only about 20 feet that way, but he's facing the other direction. He's screaming his head off, and in Draconic, just almost this like barking chant. It almost sounds like a haka, and you're like, okay, cool, not gonna hear me. And you just shuffle across, and as he continues chanting and sort of bashing into the truck, you wave everybody on. And you continue going. There is a figure that passes in front of you all. A tall, imposing woman, head shaved, almost in mimicry of the other Goliaths, but she does not seem to be a Goliath. her her skin is pale, almost as pale as theirs, but she has these intensely piercing blue eyes. They're almost glowing, but not quite. And there are scars down her back, what you can see from the sleeveless shirt she's wearing, and some like decrepit armor pieces that she has on. She also has a prosthetic on her hand that seems to be made of a mix of mechanics and bone. And Splendid, she's pretty tall. You can see the Fury, one of the Immortals' war generals. The woman that you've met once, but have seen many times. And that one time you spoke was the first time you had the nerve to ask for help. And she didn't turn you away.
Mm-hmm.
And here you are, exactly where she told you to meet her. She's walking past, like she doesn't see you. And just very quietly, under her breath, though you can all hear her clear as a bell. There's a hatch underneath the truck. Go, now. And she doesn't even stop. She just keeps walking.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
That was weird. But I assume we go into this hatch.
Yes. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
What do you do?
Toast will go in the hatch.
All right. Toast, you scramble up, you look underneath this big rig, and you see a jar panel. You lift the you loosen the panel. It kind of it lifts up like almost like an attic hatch, and you can kind of jump up onto a couple of the tires and crawl inside. Like I said,
Toast will also help anyone up if they're following.
it's pretty low, but yeah, you can help people kind of fit through the space and clamber inside. It is a dark, dank tank. It's a great phrase. You can smell what's like it smells like sulfur in here. It's like rotten eggs. Honestly, it probably is sulfur. And you all climb up into this rig, and you're not the only things in here. You see other pieces of equipment, and you see gear in crates. You see some like hardtack rations or some MREs that have been shoved in here, and there are a pile of rolled blankets. Do you want to do anything, or you just all climb in and wait?
Capable is going to start kind of looking over, taking stock of everything that they have, in addition to, honestly, she kind of goes towards the front a little bit just to kind of get a basis for worst case scenario, how the hell do I drive this thing kind of thing.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you try to get a handle on how you can get out of this space, if you have to go back down underneath, like what's the deal?
15.
You find that there is a hatch coming out of the end of the tank that opens up onto what basically looks like a railway car walkway, something between two railway cars that you can kind of step between to go from the big tank into this middle section. The rig is basically 3 sections. It's the big tank in the back. It's a sort of middle section that has some weaponry and things like that, like big weaponry and like a crane sort of shape. And then in the very front is like the driver's seat car. Like it's that section. So when you open up the tank on that side, you kind of there's like a one of those turny thingies, and you spin it open, you crack it, and you see this walkway space with a couple of artillery guns. Well, there's like a harpoon and a what we're calling it, it's a carpoon. And like a crane control, and then about 10 feet ahead of you is the actual cabin of the truck. What do you want to do? Do you want to go up into the? You want to actually like try to go into the cabin of the truck?
I think she takes note of it more than anything.
Okay.
And then shuts the door again.
I'll give you with your perception check. You see that there is there's a few sort of large crank levers up at the front. You also see a spoke sticking out where you would assume a wheel should be, but there's no steering wheel. And you see the gear shift, and it's this massive like pipe sticking out of the side of the driver's seat. And like you've fiddled with old trucks and things before, things you've managed to either convince to be given as like a present, or things that you've been able to scrounge around by like making deals with people around the Citadel. So it looks like a truck you could probably, like, you know, the basics. Like if in an emergency, you might be able to drive it. You probably don't know all the fun little bells and whistles, but you know, in the end, there's only so many features on a war machine.
How hard can it be?
Yeah, how hard?
Dagger's just getting all the blankets and just laying them all out.
Oh my god.
This room is slightly curved.
So it's Splendid when she sat down, like, put her shield, like, on the wall behind her and is just, like, sitting and taking a breath for a second. It is a mixture of, like, actually being tired from moving so much and also, like, a little bit of relief that, like, they actually, like, made it here. They got this far.
Agile's definitely being nosy in some of those crates.
Oh my god.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
like a good
absolutely.
mystery. They've decided that they just want to peek. That's all.
Sure. You find a bunch of you find some rifles and a couple boxes of ammo. You find like a toolbox. And it's about the size of a bread box. It's about this big. You also find you find a bag, like a burlap sack that has some, like, we'll call them stains of a questionable origin. Some dark staining all over the bag. It looks like it might be a used bag. A little heavy on the inside. You're not quite sure what's in it, but it's like a slightly round something.
like Fragile's this close to Mage handing the bag, and then just kind of goes. Maybe hears the war boys outside feel a bit louder and just shrinks away from the crate and starts going over to Dag and sort of trying to help where they can to avoid thinking about the war boys out there.
You start hearing chants of Bahamut, Bahamut, and okay. So you leave the bag. You just like put the crate back. And you're just like, okay, I'm done.
Another day.
Okay. All right. You doing anything in particular, Toast?
I was gonna say Toast is probably counting how much ammo she has for her pistol.
Cool. Give me a D12.
D12.
Yeah, sorry, that was an it's an awkward one to ask for.
Ooh, I got an 11.
11. You have 11 shots.
Hell yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, hold on. Do you mean like a regular pistol, or you mean the magic missile?
No,
Okay,
the
your
regular
one.
pistol.
Your regular gun. Okay, yeah.
Not my magic missile pistol.
Your magic missile.
My magic pistol.
I will never be over that. Just for the record, you can add a wand of magic missiles to your.
Oh no,
sheet.
I know.
Okay, good. It is and it does have all 7 charges. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Capable, once she's finished looking around, eyes Toast a little bit, says, need a hand with that. Listen, I've been eyeing it for a couple days now, and I think I can finesse it a bit.
Kind of holds it closer to her. I don't. Fine. She like kind of not chucks it over at you, but like begrudgingly gives it to you.
So she kind of looks over it for a moment, and
she's intently watching though, making sure you don't mess up.
She doesn't trust me. Rude. She is going to take some time with it while they're waiting, if I can, and try to infuse it.
Cool. All right. What are you gonna infuse it with?
It's called Repeating Shot.
Ooh.
So it grants a +1 to bonus attack and damage rolls made with it when it's used to make a ranged attack. Ignores loading property if it has it. If you load no ammunition in the weapon, it produces its own, and automatically creating 1 piece of magic ammunition when you make a ranged attack with it. The ammunition created by the weapon vanishes the instant after it hits or misses the target.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
that's
just
so cool.
Put that in chat then for Liz to reference.
Please do. This is great.
All right.
No fair. Capable gets cheat codes.
For your question, Alora, yes, you can count the rig as your mech.
So excited.
Okay. So you all are kind of settling in this kind of tense bit of waiting, and through this pounding sounds of you actually kind of jolt a little bit as you hear a few poundings against the actual rig itself, against the tank, It seems like they're sending them off in style. You hear the whir of the rig as the engine starts up. And you hear a voice booming almost through the metal. This deep, supremely confident voice. With like a gravel to it. It's like an Ian McShane kind of voice, but I'm not going to attempt to do that. Race out to the wastes to bring glory for us all. For the glory of Isgard. And you hear all of the Goliaths. For Isgard! For Isgard! For Isgard! And you hear the truck, the rig, kind of rev. As capable, you know what these things run on. They run on soul magic. And clearly something has been loaded in. And there is a lurch as you feel the truck start to move. It's one of those things, it's like I want to turn off chat, but I can't.
Mm-hmm.
And you start riding out. You don't know what's going on. You just feel the vibrations, and occasionally there's a turn, and you're all sort of shoved over to the side. After a few minutes, the turns get a little more intense, or the speed starts to get to you a little bit. I need everybody to give me a dexterity save.
Are we supposed to be, like, capable of looking at Splendid? Is this all part of the plan?
That's fine. I'm just doing what you told me to do. Which wasn't exactly super forthright.
So I have
I have a
good news and
question.
bad news.
I want to hear Maury's good news and bad news.
The good news is I didn't roll a 10.
Uh-huh.
Bad news.
Bad news is I rolled a 3. So that's a
You
4.
did worse than I did!
That is a grand total of 4.
Okay.
Changing these
Dag.
digital dice.
Mine was a 12.
Okay. Capable.
So I have a question.
What's your question?
So, because the rig counts as my mech for now,
What
Is
ability
this
are you
considered-
asking about?
it says dismounted from mech. I would have advantage on dex, but
You're not at a risk
shitting
of
my
being
bed.
dismounted. This is a slightly... You're not... How about this? It's not
It's
your
not.
mech yet. How about that?
But it could be. I'm in it.
That's like saying, hey, I'm in control of this car and you're locked in the trunk. It's not the
That's
same
okay.
thing. It's like, turn this thing around. No. With that being said, how did you do?
Natural 20, 21.
Oh, well, fuck you.
Why did you even
Fuck
ask?
you. And this is why they can't have nice things.
Uh-huh.
Toast got a 16.
16? Okay.
Y'all got a 9.
9. Oh, the baby.
They're so small, they just get thrown from side to side. They have no weight to keep them still.
If you were all dogs in a
Everyone's
car,
totally
Fragile's
stable,
just a
and it's
puppy
just-
with no support, even if they were standing normally. Just whoop.
Everyone's
just
hunkered
like
down, and then
a-
Fragile and the Dag just like, whee!
Yeah,
Splendid has her
capable
hands like
just
up on the back of
grabs
her
the
shield,
enemy.
like desperately trying to stop herself from moving around.
Yeah, you find a
Capable
handle or
is the
something.
Only handle. Yeah, it's there.
I'd like to take this moment to remind everyone that when driving, wear seatbelts.
It's true. Don't ride in the back of tanker trucks. This is not meant to be a safety video.
When hiding out in your war rig, remember to wear seatbelts.
Yep. So you are all rocked about, but Fragile and the Dag just. I would watch that show, by the way. Fragile and the Dag just get thrust to one side towards the crates, and you both crash into them. The one that Fragile had been fiddling with before was a bit, let's say its structure was compromised by being opened to begin with and maybe not left completely secure, and you hear a crunch as it just caves in at the impact of the Dag, who is she's like 3 pounds when wet. It's like she's very slight, but still the momentum. And the Dag, you are gonna take a little bit of bludgeoning damage.
Was that my back, your back, or the crate?
Oh, that is.
I heard a snapping. I
All
don't.
of the above.
If it's shock, it's kicking in real quick.
That is 5 bludgeoning damage to you.
Oh no, there it is. It's my back.
I don't know how to fix that. Spines are not a puzzle of choice for me. Huh.
Their parents just wanted them to be a spine surgeon. It didn't work out. So you are you crunch into the crate, and you hear this awful noise from behind you, and there's a bit of vibration, and you hear this coming from behind you inside the crate.
Absolutely not.
Your
That did not
back,
sound like that when I
my
looked in
back,
it.
or is there something back there?
The crate didn't sound like that when I opened it.
No.
Gimbals already started to load an arrow into, or some rocks into a makeshift slingshot. We'll call it that. That probably makes more sense.
Sure.
The Dag's gonna take a peek.
So, Dag, you see a burlap bag with some stains of questionable origin, sort of twitching and shifting around in the crate.
Toast is also gonna ready her pistol.
Barehanded, reaching in, pulling it out.
What are you doing?
Did not do that when I opened the
You
crate.
feel, well, it's no longer a round shape, Fragile. It's now a slightly elongated, sort of shape inside the bag.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't touch that.
How would you like it if you got trapped in a bag? It's just gonna, tip it upside down. Just let the bag fall open, into the crate.
A little figure rolls out from the bag in this flash of red and clanging as you see a tiny little creature with a slightly long head that is this thing is damp. It's kind of unpleasant. And it has this long dangling cheeks of meat kind of hanging from its face, and these big lidless eyes and no lips, just teeth, sharp fangs all through its mouth. And it appears to be the teeth are covered with a muzzle, some sort of metal muzzle around it, and it appears to be wearing metal shoes that have almost velociraptor-shaped claws on them. And it just tumbles out. And it appears to be bound. wrapped in some chains. It's my new favorite noise.
Is this a dog?
No, it is very clearly humanoid. It is a small bipedal humanoid.
You let it out. You take care of it.
Can I get some shoes like that?
Hi.
You could take them.
Take the shoes.
They're small enough for you. It's a small creature, and your feet are smaller than average. You can take them if you want. You just gotta decide if you're that kind of person.
They are undecided.
Tempt her.
They did not mean steal them from this thing, but the idea is there.
I mean,
It's
it's
just
a rough life in
Yeah.
Avernus, man.
It's like peering over the box. It's just like, hi. Hey. No. Language. Do you not want out?
Letting it out seems like a very bad idea.
Toast is gonna start taking out some of those those rations and start breaking off a tiny piece. And but make sure it's long enough piece so that she doesn't get bit through this muzzle. And starts trying
Trying to throw a treat through a fence to a barking dog. Okay.
Yeah.
If I let you out, you're gonna behave. I mean, I could not, and then we leave you there, and I imagine that's not going to be very fun.
You understand?
And he kind of stops making the noise. Keeps his mouth shut, but he's still making grumbly noises. But then, Toast, you take the opportunity when its mouth is shut to drop it, and it's kind of like... It's trying to, like, stick its tongue out to, like, get the piece because it's, like, stuck on the front of the mask, and then eventually it just knocks its head back so the food falls into its mouth.
Oh, he's just hungry. Well, just don't choke, buddy.
More like it's dry heaving. And the
Just get it
piece
all
just
out.
fall. You hear a ding as it like hits the inside of the mask.
Now, I'm going to take that thing off.
That
if
sounds
you
like a
bite
very
me-
bad idea.
And if you bite me, I'm throwing you out. And there are a lot of wheels on this thing. Just gonna lean down and start trying to.
God.
off the
There
muzzle.
does appear to be a lock on the back of the muzzle.
Is there like a key lying around? Does anyone see a key?
Is that like a key
I've
or
heard-
Why would you
Yeah.
think there would be a key to the thing
Bolt
that has a
cutter.
lock? And she
And they can
Tugs
Them
on her
slowly backing away from the crate.
Capable just like hands her thieves' tools to Rachel.
Splendid's like, why do you think there would be a key? And she tugs on her neck where she has this like, essentially like a chain collar around her neck that they know it, but most people can't see it, that goes up to like behind her head where there's this wire and like metal wrapped around the top of her horns.
God, I just realized that wasn't like part of her horns. Oh.
No,
Oh.
that was very intentional.
You just have barbed wire in your horns. It's fucked.
You said that Max and Lane delivered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
That's
now.
what that whole thing around her head is she has this like fucked up
It's like a crown of
not
thorns.
crown. Yeah,
Yep.
she's the favorite. She has this fucked up thing that like attaches to the collar around her neck.
I appreciate
I
that.
love fantasy Jesus.
I appreciate that interpretation of yeah. Thank you. So, who's gonna do what? You gonna let this thing
So you
out,
seem like-
or what you gonna do?
bolt cutters, you know.
Fragile is definitely
capable
holding the thieves' tools that Capable handed them, despite having their own thieves' tools. And the second that the dag starts looking at them, they kind of look at the thieves' tools and consider hiding them behind their back as though that's not going to be obvious. Like,
Oh my god.
Fragile.
yes, dag?
Please help.
They just kind of slowly pad over, pull the thieves' tools out, and just sort of go, if he bites me, it's on you. And he starts gonna try and
Bites you,
unlock
it's
it.
under the wheels.
Technically, if it bites you, it's on you.
Fragile doesn't think that far ahead. But yeah, she'll start trying to unlock it.
Okay, give me a lockpick check.
That's a natural one.
Oh no! It like
They're too afraid. You see
you
the
get.
snapping and just
I was
go,
gonna say your hands are shaking a little bit as it feels you near it and it kind of twitches away from you and you're like, okay.
Sweetheart. Do you need some help?
it has sharp teeth. I've got to put these next. Wait. And they flick the hand and the mage hand comes out.
There you go.
Actually go anywhere near it. That's fine.
Okay, you can try again. Go ahead.
Yep.
I'm just imagining trying
That's
to pick it up
mildly
between
there.
those,
That's
Richard
15.
grabber claws.
15, okay.
God.
All right. So with the mage hand, which is also shaking a little bit, a little less than your hand is, you're able to. You don't really have to worry about any sort of like discomfort or pain, so you can actually like kind of manipulate the hand in such a way that like anyone who has picked a lock before, there's like a lot of times there's like an element of holding one thing stiff while you're manipulating the other tool. So like you can have it holding the other tool while it's like trying to do, it's like if Thing from Addams Family was trying to lockpick. And you hear a couple of loud, kind of sounds like it's breaking clicks, and but it swings open, like the little, it falls to the ground, the little padlock.
Richard. Oops. Pull it off. Yep, there you go.
It just shakes
You're
out,
welcome.
and there's just, it's just skin flap. It's awful. And from a distance, it kind of looks like it's wearing a red hat that goes over its eyes, but you realize like that's its head. That is the raw exposed skin of this thing's head.
It will
Toast is
take
just-
some step back.
Toast is just gonna slide another piece of ration and back up a little.
In unison, they just back up.
You know what I'm sure he lacks in looks, he makes up for in personality.
Yeah, you can be the one to test that.
I don't think you're right about that one.
And he sort of hisses at you, Dag, and then just scurries into the crate that it was sitting in before, and you start like just seeing things getting shoved aside as it's like digging into the crate. And you hear something like a weird auto-tuned squeak, and then a crunch, and then it comes out holding what looks like a mutant rat just in its teeth. This thing is horrifying. The rat itself would have been concerning and scary. It had like 3 eyes and was covered in boils, and this thing is just it's just quietly eating now. Just kind of it like folds its legs, sits cross-legged, and just starts eating.
Hey,
Yes,
just
Captain.
stop making noise now.
Oh, it's making a
Capable
lot
just
of noise.
Capable just pats Toast on the shoulder and says, "Have fun with that." And she's gonna go back and start listening at the door, and at some point actually crack it open just to kind of get an idea of where they're going.
Okay. You hear
Like, ever so slightly.
I mean, honestly, you're all talking a little bit in like, you're still trying to be hushed, but you have to like elevate your voices a little bit. It's just loud and reverberating in here. And as you're listening, you hear the engine rumble, and you hear the sort of rocking of the shock absorbers as you're like going over a rock or something. And you also hear some like, sounds like a drinking song or like a chant, deep baritone on the other side of the door.
She does not open it then.
And you can also hear a couple other engines around you, like other vehicles. And you hear a honk, like a brr, 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 as something goes by. You okay?
I know the plan. Yeah, I'm fine. I know the plan was to get out. Where are we going?
She said somewhere safe.
Somewhere safe. She didn't. Like I said, she's not the most forthcoming person. I only talked to her the one time.
How is she getting us there? Exactly. Like, is she helping us get there, or did she just help us get into this truck, and this truck is magically gonna get there?
Doesn't sound like she's the one on the other side.
I don't have the answers for everything.
Well, I sure wish I did. But I don't.
Huh?
Toast kind of
Aren't you
pouts
supposed
about
to be
it.
Toast and knowing?
Listen.
She presses her ear back to the door and is just gonna keep looking out for now.
Give me a perception check.
Oh gosh, that's so bad. 16.
16. You listen to the engine, and you hear you've been going pretty steadily for a while now, and there is a point where you hear the revving, and then you feel the momentum of turning a little bit, and you hear the gear shift. Like you're speeding up, or you're changing direction or something, and you hear there's two distinct voices. You hear them shouting at each other from, like, they're both in the artillery area. Which way are we going? Not sure, we're not going to the killing fields. I'll check what's going on. And you don't hear much beyond that. But the singing stopped.
She is going to keep listening And then honestly, she's kind of playing with if Fragile gave her thieves tools back, she's kind of just methodically kind of flicking between the two parts of it until she hears anything else.
Okay.
And she's also listening specifically for that direction change because she wants to make sure everybody's going to be holding on to something.
Gotcha. Okay. Dag, your friend, your little friend here, is almost done with the large mutant demon rat that it's eating. I apologize in advance. Just kind of slurps the tail up like a spaghetti noodle. Bleh.
Is that better?
And you see his
We
eyes.
can let you out, and then you can go wherever you want.
You see his eyes kind of drooping.
Is he falling asleep?
We're not keeping.
And he just curls up into a like just
Dag's gonna reach back and grab her blanket and just.
Dag, as you're covering it with a blanket, you see spray painted on its shoulder, like all of the magic items you saw, you see Thing 2 written on it.
That's a terrible name.
There's only one of you.
Don't worry, I'll think of one for you. Don't worry.
Rub off some of the paint. Oh my god. I mean, Dag, on some level you think, well, I'm gonna be a mom too soon. I guess I better get used to it. You lick your thumb. You start cleaning it off. You are the other of the 5 of you that actually is probably gonna have a kid soon. But you're not showing yet.
Small and angry and feral.
Sounds like a baby. Sounds like a baby born in hell.
I'm gonna name him Max.
I don't care what you name it, as long as it doesn't get us in trouble right
Where
now.
the wild wives are. So,
You know, I think out of everything we've done, this is probably gonna get us in the least amount of trouble if we get caught. I feel like we have slightly more pressing problems.
I was pressing. So, you all hunker down a little more. This disturbing, almost innocent little snoring happening. He smells like a dead rat now. Mixed with like this is the show, y'all signed up for it. He smells like a dead rat mixed with like lunch meat. Like cold
You
guts.
know what? Everything we've probably smelled up to this point is just as awful, so...
It's true. The sulfur smell in the tank is actually covering a lot of it up, so...
We're speeding up. Hang on to something. I don't know if we're gonna change directions quickly.
Or not again.
Okay. So,
Please don't hurt yourselves again.
everybody finds something to hold on to, and you all give me another deck save,
Especially you.
but all with advantage.
Oh, it was almost another natural 20.
Oh, man.
It was a 1
That's
and a natural
unfortunate.
20.
That's
I rolled a-
That's a
unfortunate.
27, thank fuck.
I
Okay,
rolled
Fragile.
a 3 and a 13, so I rolled
Okay.
something higher than a 10.
Cool.
14. but
14, capable, what did you get again?
And
10. Okay, splendid. What'd you get? With advantage?
8.
8. Okay. Toast, what'd you get?
13 with advantage.
Ooh.
we're doing great,
Ooh.
y'all.
Capable, you're like, hold on to something. And you weren't ready. You were so busy warning the others that you hadn't quite secured yourself, and you like ram into the wheel to open the door. You take 3 bludgeoning damage. Right into the shoulder. And the wheel kind of rattles as you like hold on to it.
She just like hisses out in pain and just kind of grabs her shoulder, but then locks her arm into the wheel, like she loops it in, so she has a good like grasp, so she's not gonna move again. Ow. I imagine she's slightly shaking though. This wheel because it's off the hinges.
You hear some more like machine rattling, and you're strapped into the wheel and you feel it start to turn.
Nope.
What are you doing?
Nope. She's gonna try to make sure it doesn't open.
Give me a strength check.
She's gonna go.
This is an opposing strength check, actually.
Natural 1.
Oh no.
No.
Well, you only barely didn't win. They got a 3 on the die, but much more than that. And you're like, and you feel you have a bit of a panic. You don't push much because you realize you strapped yourself into the wheel and it's turning, and so you're basically spending that time trying to extricate your arm because you're not holding on to this thing. So you put like no pressure against it, and it just starts turning, and it opens. And it opens suddenly. What do you do as you start to see it kind of pull open? You get a big burst of bright light.
If she gets any glimpse of white, she's immediately like kicking. Like
kicking
that's
where?
the first
What
instinct.
height are you kicking?
Below the abdomen.
You're aiming for you're kicking the groin.
Yeah.
Okay. You see white.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Fuck him up.
17.
You kick this poor Goliath boy right in the balls. And he just hits the ground on his knees. And he just kills over. You don't even have to roll damage. That was a critical strike.
Post.
And you hear another deep voice shouting over the engine in Draconic. Do any of you speak Draconic? I don't know if any of you.
I do.
You do? Splendid. You basically hear him be like, "Oh, what the fuck's happening?" And you vaguely recognize this guy because of the fuzzy dice on his shoulder. And he's like kind of walking towards his fallen scrawny comrade, and kind of tries to lift him up, and he glances into the tank, and he sees you, Capable. Bright red hair, very hard to miss. And there's this moment of recognition on his face.
Toast.
Toast is immediately gonna She's gonna kind of block the way and like push Capable back and fire her gun
Hits the
at
ground. Like,
Yeah.
after she shouts your name.
she fires her pistol at him.
Okay, give me an
regular pistol.
attack.
Okay.
This is
That is a
fine.
16.
16, that'll hit.
Don't forget you would get an extra point of damage. And
Oh,
she
and-
attacks well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was a 17 and an 11.
All right. The 11 will miss, but the 17 hits.
Oh, the 11 was damage,
Oh,
but
damage. Okay.
yeah.
So 17 damage and 11 damage, or the 17 to hit and 11 damage?
17 to hit,
Okay.
11 damage.
All right, cool. Thank you. All right. So yeah, you just like peg him right in the chest. And let's see. 7, 11, 16. Okay. You watch the bullet hit, but then you see a little flare from the tattoos that he's wearing. There's this little shimmer that actively goes from the point of impact all the way across his skin, and he doesn't seem like he was pushed, like he doesn't seem like any wind was taken out of him from that. He almost seems like he takes a deep breath and he's a little like firm against the shot. He gains 5 temporary hit points.
What?
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
He looks up and he just traitor, and he gets up, but you see a flash of shadow behind him as somebody has walked up behind the Goliath, and all you see is skeletal wings whip out from the creature behind him, and a mechanical bone gloved hand grabs him by the throat and just squeezes, and you see around his shoulder the Fury in a horrifying black-eyed, like oil dripping from fangs, just absolutely horrific looking visage. And I need you all to give me a save. Let me double check what it is. Give me a charisma save.
No, I'm not very charismatic. Holy shit, though.
Oh god.
Would this count as a charm?
No.
18.
I also got 18.
Okay.
19.
Okay. Fragile.
7.
Appropriate. Capable.
5.
So, Fragile, you're a little bit of a scaredy cat. Capable, you literally were in front during all of this, so it makes sense that you'd be a little scared to begin with. Both of you become frightened of the Fury for the next minute. Which is valid. So you can't go any closer to her.
Understandable.
I thought
That's
so.
fine.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, sorry, till the end of your next turn, not a minute. And I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Oh, Lordy Lou.
Nat 20.
Damn.
21.
Oh, that works. That makes sense.
I didn't even have to have a ridiculous
Oh,
initiative this
splendid.
time.
It's okay, Splendid. You're pregnant.
Yeah,
8
it's
months.
fine.
8 months, bitch. 8 months.
Yeah.
I mean, the dad got a nat 20. What's your excuse? No, what'd you get, Splendid?
4.
4. Capable?
6.
6. Fragile?
9.
Toast?
17.
17. We're gonna say the Goliath's got a 7. And the Fury got a 14. Okay. So, just call them the War Boys. Okay. You hear the Fury say, "We got company! Get out here!" And she shoves the Goliath back away from the door. Dag, what do you do?
Max will be fine. So, you're just gonna get up and basically just charge the exit of the tanker.
I was today minutes old when I realized what you did. Literally, whoosh. Because you know why? Because it's the Furies movie, not Max's. So,
I mean, you said it was tied up and in a muzzle. There was only
I mean,
one other
I guess
parallel
it's what
I could make.
happens. It's what happens when you draw visuals from. Yeah, I got you. You charge out of the tanker, and you are in the middle section. I promise next time we will have a map. Middle section, which has a crane-like device on it, and what looks like a harpoon gun mounted to it. But you see the Fury shove the Goliath away from the door frame. He rolls and grabs onto the crane so he doesn't fall off the tanker. But as you look around, there's wind blowing everywhere. It's kind of like in your face a little bit. And you glance around and you see in the sort of blistering heat and sun of the, and the dust kick up from the tanker, that there are 3 vehicles. It takes one, goes by real quick. 3 smaller war machines. They are scavengers, which are a smaller group, and there are 3 Goliaths on each of them. And they're kind of just riding along, keeping pace with the truck.
Can I see one of the drivers of one of these small war machines?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna try something if my mouse will let me click things. Oh no, because that is a race thing, not a spell thing, which means I only get one of it.
You have to make it a race thing, Mitch. Kidding, sorry.
Because I'm an elf.
I know.
This one, however, is not an elf thing. The tag's gonna look down and aim for, like, the actual inside, like, if there's, like, an open window or something. It's gonna point a hand out and cast pyrotechnics.
Okay.
And shoot a firework into the driver's side of one of the cars.
Okay, cool.
It's essentially just trying to flash missile the driver.
Okay, sounds great. Alright, so you're gonna do the fireworks element of pyrotechnics. So he's gotta succeed. Honestly, with each creature within 10 feet of the target, so all 3 of the guys are gonna be making checks. To see if they get blinded. What's the DC on your spell?
It's a con save of 14.
14, okay. The driver makes it, but the two other Goliaths the two other war boys are just like, ah! They are clearly blinded by what you did. And they are blinded until the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like a burst of like sunlight and moonlight in like a little
Fight
mix.
an evil light. Sorry. So you just let out a bunch of fireworks, and you just hear and screaming. That's what all of you hear. Is that all you're gonna do, Dag? Actually, no, Dag, you got a nat 20. That means, in my homebrew rules, that you get an extra action on your turn. On your first turn.
This will be interesting. So, remember what I did to the door where I moved Earth to like kind of spike up against it?
You're gonna pull Bolin right now?
Can I do that to the bottom of one of the cars?
It is, you are moving incredibly fast. I need you to give me a perception check before you do that. Because you need to be able to predict.
That's an 8. That's a 24.
24? Yeah, you watch the ground moving, you get a sense of how fast you're going, and you think you might be able to cast ahead of you just in time for the thing to go off. So go ahead.
Yeah, and just uses mold earth and just brings up like a 5-foot just bit of earth.
Okay.
I'm hoping to just like scrape across the bottom and like hopefully mess something up real bad.
Yeah, I got you. So let me see. It's gonna have to make a dex save. Because the driver is not blinded, so he can actually control things. It is gonna be close. He's going to be able to... Well, no, you actually do manage to damage the car. Not completely, but like you do a little bit of damage. As it basically hits the front of the car and it does a little like angled sailing down, and it like hits real hard on that wheel again when it hits the ground, and you see like a bunch of the rubber or whatever the wheel is made of just kind of like rip off and be left behind. So it's kind of doing this. It's a little shakier than it was before.
I'll take it.
Very good. Okay. Up next is not Splendid. Toast.
Nope, I am
Sorry,
firmly at the bottom.
I wrote you as second because I was just doing them in the order I heard them. All right, Toast, you're up.
Okay. So can I kind of get out from under this tank as well and see?
Yeah, there's
what's going on?
the door is directly on the end of the tanker. Like, you don't have to climb underneath. Okay. You can just go straight through. So you slide past a bunch of the girls and you run out into the onto the gunner area.
Okay. And there's still one car.
There are 3 cars total. There's 2 on one side and 1 on the other. Dag took the one on by itself, so there's 2 of them on your left. And I'll have a map after we take a break. I'll make a map.
No, it's no problem. And is there anyone really close to like coming into the space that we were in, like going to attack the other girls? Or are they kind of busy
the skinny war boy is firmly on the ground, stunned, and the big guy is in combat with the Fury.
Okay.
So it seemed like there
so
were
I
only
should-
2 war boys on this rig.
Okay, so I should worry about the cars. I am going to. Would you consider my magic missile
Yes.
to be
your
a
magic missile.
firearm?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
You're
then
welcome.
I will expend one grip point to gain advantage on this attack roll with my Deadeye shot. Also, I've never played a gunslinger before, so please bear with me.
Oh, no, of course.
Okay. Or do I don't even need to. It just automatically hits, doesn't it?
With what shot are you doing?
The magic missile.
Oh, yeah, magic missiles auto hit.
Oh, okay, never mind on the Deadeye then. I don't need
But
that.
you're only gonna have the 7 shots total for today. So
Okay,
once
makes
you're done with the
sense,
magic
makes sense.
missile, you'll get some auto hits. But once you get done with the magic missile pistol, you'll have to move to the regular guns.
Okay. To the car that Dag didn't hit, I'm gonna aim for, because I have 3 darts in 1 shot. So I'm gonna aim it at the 3 in the other car. If that makes
Cool.
any sense.
Yeah, it totally does.
Okay. And I guess I'll just roll for damage. That is 3 points of force damage.
All right, kick ass.
I also get a second action, or not an action, attack.
Gotta love those fighters. Go for it.
Yeah. So do I just do another magic missile, or do I have to? Can I do something else?
Yeah, you can totally do something else.
Okay. Can you tell that I'm not used to martial characters?
No, you're totally fine.
I'm like, wow, a second attack. That's great.
You're doing great, sweetie.
yeah,
thanks.
yeah, you are.
Then yeah, I guess I'll use my pistol to try to hit one of the like the wheels of the
Ooh,
cars.
nice. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. That is a 28 to hit.
28
I don't know
definitely
if you-
hits.
Do you want me to roll damage as well?
Yeah, give me a damage roll.
That is 14 piercing.
Nice. All right.
And that is the end of my turn.
No, that's awesome. So you let off the magic missile, and you basically it's like you punched each of them in the shoulder, like, and there's a bit of a jerk. You see the car kind of shift over as you hit one of the Goliaths in the arm, and it forces it to twist the steering wheel, and it gets uncomfortably close to the other car, to the other scavenger. They rub up against each other, and there's a creaking of noise of metal, and they both take a little more damage. 3 and 6. Okay, one of them didn't do as well as the other. Probably the one hitting it took less damage, and the one getting hit took more damage. Okay, so yeah, no, kick ass. Good job, Toast. The Fury is just pummeling this Goliath with her bare glove that her other hand has turned claw-like as well, and she's just like ravaging him with like slashing unarmed attacks. And she is gonna... Oh yeah, she's definitely gonna smack this guy. You see it shred skin across his face, and she lets out this screaming, rage-filled howl. And the Goliath just eyes wide, rolls a nat 1 on his con save, and is terrified of this bitch. damaged. And he has to roll. Oh, and he doesn't make the roll, so he takes the full damage. So yeah, he doesn't gain any other temporary hit points. He just loses the 5 he had, and he takes the remainder. Alright, it is Fragile's turn. Fragile, you're terrified of the Fury, and out the tanker is towards the Fury. What do you want to do?
Fuck. Okay.
There is the hatch on the bottom if you really want to get out.
Has fucking wings. We might be going super fast, but she has fucking wings if all else fails. She's just gonna stare out the door. Wide eyes of terror. Shaking. Kind of glances back at Splendid. And then looks down at the hatch. And doesn't wait to be told no. And just scampers towards it, pulls it open, and starts climbing like under to try and get out.
Amazing. Amazing. Give me an acrobatics check. Unless you have a climb speed. I don't know if you do.
I don't. I have a fly speed.
Okay, no. That would be actually unhelpful because it'd be like you had a parachute open underneath the truck. How do you do? Nat 1.
It's 5 in total.
So, you start climbing down, and you have a handle, like there's a bunch of cables and things and little chains to hold on to, and you're like sort of rocking as you get down there, and literally what I described, your wings catch the air underneath the truck like a parachute, and you get pulled and you don't have connection, like you're not climbing well, and you hold on, you're clinging to this chain, you're like losing grip, and you see a flash of red, and there's a very sharp pain in your arm as Max is like clinging to the chain and like not having a good time. But he's holding on. He's kind of twisted in the chain. Like trying to hold on to you.
I'm sorry. So sorry. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry. Just yelling over the truck.
Just yelling apologies.
Dear Lord. Alright.
Oh,
so,
God.
well, that's Max's turn. Okay, it is the War Boy's turn. So let's see. One of the scavenger ships, or ships, fuck it, they just look like spaceships on my screen. One of the scavenger vehicles sidles up next to the tanker, and you see you see two of the Goliaths look like they're getting ready to. One of them is getting ready to throw shoot a harpoon at the truck, and the other one looks like he's strapping some weaponry on him. And there's a fire as it tries to get a hold of the truck, and it hits the harpoon gun of your truck and doesn't grab hold. The one who was getting ready to jump is like, "What the fuck, man? Sorry! Do another one!" And he's starting to reload. Dag, on your side, they're gonna throw a spear at you. Rather a javelin, sorry. Does a 12 hit?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have shield.
Can't do my thing. You're too far away from me.
Can I counter spell the javelin?
It's like a spell, but like a stick.
If Muscle Wizard can cast Fist, can Javelin Wizard have Javelin counter spell?
You take 12 piercing damage as you basically get like caught in the thigh with Like, it doesn't, like, it's not like it impales you, but it definitely, like, hits, scratches, and like, it has, like, this javelin probably has some barbs on it. It's not fun. Even to get, like, a grazing shot is not fun.
Ow!
And he just snarls at you, and his teeth are covered in, like, molten platinum. You've seen some of these guys. Some of them, like, literally will just smear molten metal in their mouth. It's in reverence to the platinum dragon.
Can I use my reaction to spit in the general direction?
You may.
Spit in the general direction.
Truly getting the vibe of your character.
Yep. Call him a Schlange. It'll be great. Anyway, so you spit in their general direction. The third car is also going to be throwing a javelin at Toast. Well, 2 javelins. Does a 14 hit you, Toast?
No, it does not.
No, it does
thank
not. You shift over. One of the javelins just straight on sails and misses the truck. The other one dings near you, and you duck away from the shot. Okay, that's the end of the Warboy's turn. It is Capable's turn, and then Splendid, you are at the end of the round.
Right. So Capable, kind of a little nerve-wracked from Fury and this giant Goliath in front of her, turns, sees a fragile scamper beneath, thinks that's a terrible fucking idea, turns back.
You see Max leap down underneath the truck.
Okay.
But he kind of crawls on the ground like a fucking spider. Like, and just... You don't know why, though.
Talking's a free action.
Yes.
Who's driving?
Excellent question. I will allow you to roll a charisma save if you want to try to go
Oh,
forward.
I have a plan.
Okay, go.
I just need to know who's driving first.
No, you get no answer. Everyone's busy.
Awesome. She, so she kind of, and she's going to, not snap her fingers, but she kind of clicks her heels, and with her infused boots, of the winding path, she teleports 15 feet behind the Fury.
Well, what's your goal?
On
What's your
top
goal?
of the rig. She wants to get to the front of the rig.
Theoretically, I think you could, if you go lateral, you might. You can go up, and like, I think you would be able to teleport to the rig. Like, I'm not technically moving near it. I'm just trying to get around it. So I would allow it. I would allow the teleportation into the cockpit or into the cabin.
Yeah.
So you're just like,
Cool.
Fuck. And you are in front of a you're in the driver's seat, kind of like off a little bit because you're a little further away than you might want to be because the Fury's taller than you. And you see that there is basically this horrifying barbed club on the steering wheel that's keeping it going straight right now.
Oh God. Okay. And she is gonna take hold of the wheel.
Try to get around the spikes.
Yeah.
You can give me like do you have Tinkerer's tools?
I do have those.
I would let you use your Tinkerer's check to try to get the club off the steering wheel so that you have control.
Awesome. What is that?
If you have proficiency with Tinkerer's tools, give me, we'll call it an intelligence check with your proficiency.
God. Why did I have to roll so bad? 10?
10. You are in the middle of trying to do it. It's not an immediate thing, but if you try again on your next turn, the DC will be much lower. You've made headway, but you haven't completely dislodged it.
Okay. Cool. No doubt.
So you're just working on it, like trying to figure out where okay, God, this thing looks organic, I don't know, and you're just trying to like fiddle with it.
Can I do one more thing, and feel free to shoot me down if I can't. While she's trying to do this, she absolutely is like, we're surrounded right now, and just slams her foot on the gas.
Okay.
And
cool.
it would be conditionally commanding the mech to dash.
Nice. Okay. Give me a quick intelligence check. Give me another intelligence check for this.
Uh, 16.
16? That'll be enough. You can make a dash. Hit the brake or hit the gas, and you make the mech dash. The mech will. Those of you who are outside see that the scavengers are slowly losing ground as the truck is like. There's flames coming out of multiple exhaust ports on the truck as it starts. And capable, you see in the center of the steering wheel this circular skull shape, this screaming skull shape that was like dimly glowing, starts brightly glowing in the eyes and in the mouth as the truck goes. You're burning off some soul energy while doing this. Okay.
Lovely.
But you are ahead of the other cars now. Splendid. What would you like to do?
I'm going to attempt. Basically, she's gonna clamber her way out of the hatch, and essentially like get herself to where she can see everybody that's out here. I think the only two who are actually out here are Dag and Toast, and she like shifts her shield onto her arm and sort of like plants her feet and sort of murmurs something under her breath as she casts Crusader's Mantle.
Nice.
And off of her, there's almost this, like, to every non-hostile creature around her within 30 feet, which would, in this case, would be those two and the Fury, there's this sort of, like, soft, almost, like, cooling water energy that comes off of her, and every attack that you make, you get additional radiant damage. Let me just double-check how much that is.
Nice.
You deal an extra 1d4 radiant damage when you hit with a weapon attack.
Very cool. That is rad. That's anybody? That's the ally of you?
Anyone within 30 feet, any non-hostile creature within 30 feet of me, and it moves with me wherever I go.
All right, so that's everybody in the party, including the Fury. That is badass.
Yeah, she just sort of murmurs, "We're not going back."
You said the thing. You said the thing.
I have to say the thing.
I know, it's your words. Okay. And you all feel this little surge. The Fury almost shakes her head a little bit at that feeling, that little glow that emanates. But like shakes it off, and just there's like this shadow and light kind of swirling around on her claws. And as you all feel that little burst of what is so quintessentially splendid, that little bit of hope from that, with that radiant magic, that's where we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a really quick 5-10 minute break. I'll have a timer on the thing. We'll try really hard to start before 10 minutes, but I'll give everybody a bio break. Anybody watching, go stretch your legs, stand up, look away from your screen for a little bit, and just like kind of cool off. We're still in the middle of combat, racing. Yes, go drink some water, that kind of stuff. And when we get back, hopefully I'll be able to have thrown together a few more graphics for us to be using, some of which courtesy of one of our donors, Printable Heroes really kick-ass printable tokens and stuff, so you'll have some war machines to look at. All right, everybody, we'll be right back. Stay tuned, and more importantly, go tweet. Tell people we're here and we got giveaways and stuff. Thank you so much, Matthew, for the $100 donation. We are at $200 already. Thank you so much. All right, we will be back in a moment. Bye-bye. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to We Are Not Things. This is a charity stream that we are raising money for the National Network of Abortion Funds. This is a game for reproductive rights. And as such, we thought it would be very fun to play a game inspired by a movie which is ostensibly all about reproductive rights, Mad Max Fury Road. So, hope y'all are doing well. I see some new people in the chat watching, but thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you'll consider donating to a cause that is very important to all of us. While I'm on the subject, we have a number of kick-ass prizes that you can enter in for a giveaway if you donate 5 or more to the campaign. 5 or more gets you an entry into each of our giveaways. We're giving away some digital multi-phase combat maps from Demille's Wondrous Works. They are really kick-ass. Demille makes these amazing illustrated maps that have 3 to 4 or more different phases for combat use. If you use things like Roll20, you can have those maps as different layers, but if you use something like Foundry, she has natively designed maps that you have a tool that you can actually use in the Foundry VTT for having a very easy transition, and they are really, really badass. We've got 2 sets, and they might be featured in the game at some point, so keep an eye out for those. We are also giving away the things you see on the screen right now. Those are, well, we have the printable versions, but those are some war machines courtesy of Printable Heroes. Marshall is an amazing artist and makes some really kick-ass tokens, of which we have a couple that we're going to be giving out for free thanks to Marshall. If any of you have played any Descent into Avernus games, you might know who Mad Maggie is. Mad Maggie is a hag in Avernus, and Marshall has made a token for Mad Maggie, as well as Mikey the Golem, and a number of red caps. So we have some cool stuff that you can get. Speaking of red caps, we'll get to him in a minute. But these war machines, a whole run of different war machines in different styles. Some of them are more, we'll say, decorated than others, with body parts and gross things. But some of them just look like straight up metal machines, and they're super badass, and that's what we're going to be using for this campaign. As you see in the middle, that is 2 war machines mashed up together, and then the tanker in the back to be the big rig. And we have 3 scavengers currently hunting our wives as they try to escape the clutches of their husband, the immortal. So we have some printable war machines. You'll be able to get PDFs of those. We also have choose a 5 ebook supplement of your choice from Behind the Screen. Behind the Screen makes some really kick-ass 5e complementing supplements, including, I believe, a punk setting that I was really excited about that I was going to borrow some stuff from. I didn't get a chance to yet. But they have some really cool stuff, and you'll be able to go look at their catalog on their Patreon and pick anything you want, and if you win, you can choose an item, and we'll just get that to you. We also have a what you call it? Let me see what the other things we have are. Our big items though is we have 2 $10 gift cards for Hero Forge if you make minis and you want to buy something, or if you want to buy some digital files to use in your tabletop games if you run digitally, you can do those at Hero Forge. So we have 2 of those we'll be giving away, and then we have what is called the Autonomy Bundle from Green Ronin Publishing. They were very, very kind to be giving 3 of these bundles away. It's almost $100 of PDFs. It's 6 books, source and adventure books, for their Blue Rose fantasy TTRPG. There are 6 PDFs in total, and 3 people will get a chance to win or rather 3 people will win those PDF bundles. So thank you to Green Ronin. Finally, our big giveaway, if you donate $10 or more to the campaign that we're running, you will get in the running for all of our giveaways, and in addition to it, our Die Hard Dice giveaway. Our Die Hard Dice giveaway is for a 7-pack set, or a 7-dice set of the Dracona Chaos Ether set. They are absolutely gorgeous metal dice. I love them so much. Every single person that has seen them from the team is like, I want them, let me have them now. But you have to donate $10 or more to the campaign in order to be eligible for it. So please, please consider giving to a very good cause. The National Network of Abortion Funds helps support, provide resources for people who need access to reproductive health care, and we are more than ever insistent that those resources be as available as possible. So you are helping out with this very important cause and public health issue. So, let's get back to work. Continuing our first of 3 adventures in this Mad Max style Avernus adventure, the wives have hitched a ride on the big rig belonging to their husband's general, the Fury, who has agreed to transport them to safety in some way, find some sort of respite from the being under lock and key, the existence that they have had for so long. The 5 wives, young, to some degree, very talented women, or femme folks, have made their way to this big rig, were hiding in the tanker, and were unexpectedly discovered, and a fight broke out between the big rig and several of the Goliath war boys that the Immortal is has under his thrall to some degree. We went through 1 round of combat. We're going to continue going and see what happens. When last we played, we had Capable was currently attempting to get control of the vehicle, which wasn't being driven at the moment, while Dag, Toast, and Splendid are dealing with the group of Goliaths that are attacking, and Fragile is hanging underneath the big rig unbeknownst to anybody except the horrifying Madcap, the sort of mutated redcap creature that Dag so generously dubbed Max. So Max is clinging on, trying to keep Fragile from falling. So, but we are starting with our beloved Dag, who has to have his camera off for a little bit, but they will be here at least for a round. And because of Dag rolling so good on initiative, Dag's first up. So, Maury, what would you like to do?
The two war machines on the left side.
Mm-hmm.
How close are they from the rig?
They are probably about, I'd say within 20 feet.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, go big or go home, right?
Yeah, of course.
Shut up, alarm.
Go big or go home. Start the theme music.
Yeah, so the Dag is just gonna look over at the double war machines and just like, well, I've only ever done this a few times, but, He's gonna thrust her hands out and cast Rhymes Binding Ice.
Amazing. Okay.
And so, in a 30-foot cone, it's, every creature within that has to make a DC 14 con save.
Okay.
And on a failed, they take 3d8 cold damage and are hindered by ice formations for 1 minute, or until it uses an action to break out of the
So what are
ice.
you aiming for? Are you aiming for the...
I'm aiming to get attempt to get both of them.
But you're aiming for the vehicles.
Yes.
Okay.
Technically, it's the vehicles and, by proxy, everything inside it.
Sure, but the people inside it aren't really technically moving. They're in the vehicle.
Yeah.
What was the save?
14 of a con save.
14. Con save?
Yes.
14. That's a 12. And
So that's 1.
that's a 19. So we're going to say well, actually, you pick. You want the closest or the furthest one to be the one that missed?
Let's do the closest.
Okay. So what happens to it?
Well, every creature inside takes... Hold on, let me roll for the damage, because it didn't want to. Takes 16 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And has its movement speed reduced to 0.
Oh, okay. Let me not even bother marking this then. Okay, so immediately, it and stops, and you just blow by it.
Everyone else takes 8 points of cold damage.
Okay. So this thing's just gone.
So you only lose the you only lose movement if you fail.
Okay. So the other one takes 8, and sounds good. That vehicle just what I'm gonna do, because I realized that Capable had gotten you guys ahead of them, is I'm gonna allow that to have happened, and then she went forward. Just to make it easier. Because I don't want to have to rewind. Because that was a very cool idea. So, one of them is completely gone. These two, I'm going to make these a little smaller so that we have a better sense of where they are. So these are there, and then here's the big... let's make that actually to scale. Thank you. So, there's the rig, and you get ahead of these guys. Okay. Excellent. Dag, do you have anything else you wish to do?
Which of my friends can I see?
At
the
you
moment?
can see.
So is anyone engaged in combat that isn't me?
Technically Toast is, I would say. Just in distance combat, even though the trucks are kind of out of the way right now. And Splendid's out in the open. And you don't see Fragile, and Capable is, I'm not gonna say freaking out, but working very hard at the steering wheel. That's what you see.
Yeah, so, Dag's gonna look over at Splendid and just push a hand out and cast Shield of Faith.
Nice.
Just
Like I need. Thanks for that. That's lovely. Thank you.
So just the extra 2 AC, and then she's just gonna hit the deck and just try to get literally, just try to get out of hittable distance.
Okay.
Was specifically just like trying to find somewhere that is not going to immediately get speared with another javelin.
So you want to try to get some cover or something. Sounds great.
Yes, that would be the term for it, but I forgot.
It's okay. All right, very cool. So, honestly, does a beautiful job of taking out one of the dudes, and you are you're doing a great job. That's all. I have no notes. All right, so we are at Toast. You are up. Capable has revved the car or the truck further up, And you are now, we're gonna say... You're probably about 90 feet back, or probably 90 feet ahead of the cars, of the scavengers.
Okay, does it look like they're catching up to us at all?
They have not taken their turn yet. You're currently in the process of revving ahead of them.
Okay.
So you don't know what they're gonna do.
So these two are still behind us, or is it just the one?
There are two behind you, and the third one is like way, like not even a factor anymore.
Okay.
They completely stopped.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'll just delete it.
Then
Me hesitating deleting anything.
I will then, I guess, try to hit the one that's kind of closest to us, the right.
Okay, sounds good. That's the one that hit Jag.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will use my. I don't really want to use my pistol, because I only have 10 bullets.
That's true. Well, there was more ammo in the tanker.
Okay.
Well, at least there was a crate. No. Sorry. No, Capable is making faces. Capable, your gun doesn't have that problem. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
It's infused.
Because if I
honestly, you should probably just get all the bullets out of it and just start shooting empty.
Honestly, yeah,
save the ammo.
That's
till
exactly
it's...
what I'm gonna do. Yeah, we just shoot in blanks at this point.
Just shove them in your pocket and start shooting the gun.
And you get extra damage too. So
that's true.
Oh yeah, gosh.
Great.
I told myself at break I was like, I need to remember these things, and then I totally forgot.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll roll to hit that one on the right. 22. I'm hitting the vehicle, trying to pop one of the wheels.
Yeah. You aim and 22 absolute 22 hits.
Okay.
Good job. Sorry, I'm actually looking at a character sheet for the scavenger, and now I know what its AC is. I was just like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so then I do an 8 points of piercing damage to the wheel.
And you get a D4 of radiant damage.
Oh my goodness gracious.
You're welcome.
That is a 1 point of radiant damage. Hell yeah.
What was the total then?
So it was 9 in total.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Alrighty. Good job. Toast. Is that your turn? You got anything else you want to do?
Oh, I forgot. I can shoot it again if I so desire.
Yeah.
Man, well, let's do that again.
You just feel the gun warm up a little bit as ammo just appears in it, or it's
appears.
Spectral ammo, I assume. Some sort of magic ammo.
Does a 20 hit?
20 just hits. That is the AC of the vehicle.
Okay.
Hitting the cars is hard. Doing damage to the cars is harder than doing damage to the people on the cars.
So I did 10 with the radiant damage and the extra point of damage. I did 10 damage in total.
Nice. Very good. So you're just knocking pieces off of this vehicle and shooting holes in what would be the engine, theoretically. Any of the moving parts. That's very good. This vehicle is also taking some damage because this vehicle was also taking some damage because Dag Dag blew off one of its tires. So this thing is not looking great. Okay. Kick ass, Toast. Good job. Anything else? You good?
I am good.
All right. The Fury is still locked in with this Goliath asshole. She swipes at him twice and hits both times because he's a piece of shit with no armor on. And they worry about the car. The car is the armor. And she swipes at this guy, and there are more slashes against him, and like she basically like claws up at his jaw. He takes, oh, that was gross. 11 points of damage. He's not doing like, he's fine, but the Goliath and the machine have the same hit points. That's funny. Like total hit points. They have the same total hit points. Yeah, right? Yeah. Okay, so the Fury is, sort of, it looks like there's a little bit of, actually, Splendid, give me an empathy. Give me an insight check. It's a better system.
It is. I know. Ooh. Is a 18.
There is a little bit of, like, discomfort in the Fury's face as she's slashing out, and this, like, little flicker of light. It's almost like the radiant damage that that she's dealing is also, like, causing her a little pain.
Okay.
But she's still slashing out. She's still just enraged and trying to take this guy down. Okay. Rachel, how you doing down there, buddy?
It's time for more dumb decisions, and this is fine.
Currently, your little red cap friend Max is trying to hold on to you. He might have less strength than you do.
Yep. They're gonna kind of look to see how roughly how far it is until they'd be able to climb up onto something that isn't hanging.
I mean, give me a perception check.
Oh, fun. That's a 9.
There's a lot happening, and it's very loud, and you don't know what you're doing.
When in doubt, they're more of a flee than freeze, I feel.
Okay.
So they're gonna try and climb along again, and use their bonus action to dash if they have to just try and get to a point where they can climb up onto like a flat surface.
Go ahead and give me a power attack. Give me an acrobatics check. I was looking at an old tab. I was looking up something for Maury.
That is that an 11 or a 17? It's a 17. So 21.
21. That'll do it.
Those old dice, I just can't read them.
You get your hands into the rigging, trying to pull on the pipes and the rubber hoses and stuff underneath, and you've managed to find one that'll hold your weight, and you just start like scrambling. It's not so much like doing pull-ups. You're just very light, and it's very easy for you to wriggle around. You can kind of almost use the tubes to hold you up as you kind of slide past Max, and he's just like
just a little thank you as they go past.
And you wander up back into the tanker. You're alive! Hooray! Good job.
I just live for the just slowly sliding along and then just climbing up and seeing everyone doing everything, just kind of
There's violence afoot.
I see there's been some violence. Okay. They're just gonna use the bonus action dash. So yeah, they're gonna pull out an old ramshackle little short bow and sort of duck next to something in a kind of, if I see something that looks like a Goliath, I guess I'm gonna try and hit it, and just hold their action
Okay.
to shoot an arrow at something.
Sounds
They're
good.
definitely cobbled together from things that they've just found.
I mean,
not
yeah.
look like they should
Well, there's the
work.
crate. You're just like going through it trying to find
Oh,
something.
yep.
Okay.
That looks sharp.
So you're prepping. Sounds
Yep.
perfect. Oh, Maury donated. Thank you, Maury. Wherever you are. No, you're at work. So the next person is the War Boys. You have one that is it's okay. It's smoking a little bit more than it usually smokes. They're not like real efficient in terms. Souls give off a lot of CO2. So the War Boys in their cars are going to start trying to catch back up with you. No, I'm sorry. You don't really. Oh, okay. Let's see. They're gonna go all out. Which means they're gonna be a little less maneuverable, but they're gonna try to dash at you. Okay. We've got. Ooh, that one's good. And that one's bad. So one of them, we're gonna say the one in slightly better shape. That makes sense. Gets the dash action, and it is going to move up. Double check the speed on these guys. Whew, 100 feet.
Yikes.
Fast little sucker. The rig is not as fast as these things. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. So capable, you see a car get right up next to you. The other one is trying, but it doesn't manage the dash. It just goes forward a little bit. Next to you, you see there's a Goliath just watching you with like horrible, like beady red shot eyes and that metal mouth of platinum, that molten platinum. It's like dripping down his chin, but hardened and fucking fucked up. How do they eat? You don't know.
I don't want to know.
Lots of questions, no answers. And they are going to try to they're gonna try to sabotage the car. Or the truck. They're gonna throw some stuff under the truck. You see one of the standing Goliaths pull out what basically looks like a shoddy barrel and throw it in front of the truck. And it bursts open with just shrapnel ahead of you. He throws it pretty damn far, so it's about like 40 feet ahead of you.
Okay.
And I'm gonna need you to... Well, do you want to do anything? Do you have anything to take evasive maneuvers? I don't know what your subclass does. The Arcana Mechanist or anything.
I have to give the command to do it.
Okay. Is it an
essentially.
action to do
Well,
that?
It's a bonus action.
It's a bonus action.
actually.
Okay. I'm gonna have you give me a dex save as you try to avoid the trap. But I need you to do it at
Awesome.
disadvantage because you are also dashing right now.
Fantastic. 6.
6. You try, but you don't have enough time to really adjust for it, and you roll right over the shrapnel. It's basically like caltrops for cars. And the rig is going to take some damage. 6, 9. $20 piercing damage. The rig has.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Let me just double
Fine.
check. Yeah, it's probably okay for now. For now, the rig has. How many points does Big Rig have? Don't have it.
I'm still big red. That's the energy that I had.
Absolutely.
Can you open it for me? Oh, no, I keep doing that. Interesting. Yeah, the big rig is fine. The big rig has 150 HP. So I will
Cool.
give you a character sheet next time, so you can track the
We'll chat.
Yeah. But yeah, so it has 150. It took 20. Hold on. 20 is its mishap. Threshold. So give me a second.
Everything is fine.
Let me grab
Is
it.
it though? Is it really fine?
I've got this
I
under
think I
control.
should have just stayed under.
Okay. I need you to give me a d20.
A D20.
Mm-hmm.
10.
Weapon malfunction. One of the vehicle's weapons will not work until the mishap ends. The
It's okay.
mishap ends. You have to fix it, basically.
Alright. We're still
So-
capable of doing damage.
How many times is she gonna make that joke? It's amazing.
Too many.
A lot.
We're capable of surviving.
She was being an inspiring leader.
You'd have to talk
It's
for
just
10 minutes.
10 minutes of capable puns.
Oh my god. All right, so that is the War Boys, and then Fragile. You're in the tanker. Right now?
No, they've climbed
You
along
climbed-
underneath. Pretty much
Oh.
the way they were trying to go originally,
Gotcha.
which is why they had to dash just in case to make
That's
sure that they
right,
could climb
that's
up
right.
to where everyone else was,
Okay.
and then pulled out their bow and ready to, if anything came near them.
Well, something
gonna-
came near you, and they're gonna throw a javelin at you.
Hey,
We're gonna say, for the
If-
sake of Maury stepping away, that Dag is in the tanker.
Dag duck
Splendid is
down.
gonna, if she sees that, she's gonna jump in front of it with her shield.
Okay. He's gonna throw 2 javelins. The arrow catching shield does what? If if something hits, you take it instead.
So yeah, I use my reaction to take the hit instead. I give an additional bonus to ranged, basically to any projectiles.
Okay.
So my AC is 22 for whatever
Yeah.
they're trying to throw at me.
Yeah, I doubt a 9 was gonna hit anyway, but it definitely doesn't hit when you do that. You just dash in front of Fragile with your shield, and they just bounce right off. And when they see you, the War Boy, his eyes go wide, and he just kind of sees the Immortal's prize baby mama hanging out on top of the rig. So
Looks up over the top of the shield, like glaring at him.
well, it
Like,
makes an
what are you gonna
impression.
do? What do you think you're gonna fucking
What's
do?
up? Bring it. Okay, perfect. Kick ass. Good job, splendid. All right, so that was the end of the War Boy's turn. Capable, it is your turn now. The harpoon got like jostled and something broke. You heard it audibly break behind you, but it wasn't anything having to do with movement.
Awesome. Capable kind of she grips the steering wheel, doing her best to just keep it straight.
Mhm.
As they hit the the spikes, and she kind of winces a little bit as they run over them. Turning her eyes slightly to the others, she looks down at the mace that's still embedded into the steering wheel, and is just like, it's probably fine. And she's going to ask, she basically turns and kind of fake tries to jerk the wheel, essentially. Like she's just running her hands over it rather than like actually turning it.
Okay, but you're like miming like you're gonna do that. Okay.
As she casts grease in front of them on the ground.
In front of your car or their car?
Their car.
Okay, cool. All right, sure. Also, just for shits and giggles, give me a deception check.
Okay. That's encouraging.
Yeah, it should be.
10.
They got 7.
Oh.
So, they dumb.
They have no brains.
Only
brains, only shiny
Chrome.
and chrome.
No brain, only Chrome. Yeah, literally 0 intelligence. So, as you're doing the slide, like you're sliding towards him, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" and he like slips a little bit out of the way. You cast grease, and he has disadvantage because he is also going full tilt and speed. That's good because you rolled an 18 and a 7. The scavenger has a +1 to dex, so that was an 8 total.
Yeah. Does not pass. Her DC is 15.
Alrighty. So
typically the creature falls prone, but what happens when it's a car?
We're gonna say that I have the mishaps area here. Oh, he failed an ability check by more than 5, so he gets a mishap. 18. Damaged axle. Until the mishap ends, disadvantage on dex checks, ability checks, and attacks made by creatures on or inside the vehicle have disadvantage. So they are just like, they were like spinning out and trying to straighten it before they spin out, and you just hear a as the axle breaks on as the front axle breaks. It's trying to maintain its movement, but it's having a lot of trouble, and the two Goliaths that were trying to like fuck with you, they're holding on to the rig, or they're holding on to the scavenger, trying not to fall off.
All right.
Not bad.
Did would I still have my bonus action?
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna gun it again.
Okay. You go forward again. The trucks go further back.
Do not want them to get in front of us. That is like the worst.
Worst case scenario. That's very fair. All right. Kick ass. Good job, Capable. Splendid. You are up.
Mm-hmm. So she like looks up over the top of her shield, and the shield itself starts to like glow with this like almost like white hot light as she casts Searing Smite on the shield, and essentially pushes herself forward as she attempts to bash her shield into him and push him back into the fury.
Fuck yeah. All right. Give me an attack roll.
Was not garbage. Non-natural 20.
Nice. That definitely hits him. Because he's a... in Retsev, to quote Retsev, because he's a ween. With no armor.
Give me just a second. I have to do math.
capable. What's your passive perception?
$11.
Okay.
It's not very good.
No, you're fine.
So he takes 7 bludgeoning damage and 8 fire damage
Nice.
from the Searing Smite. And at the start of each of his turns until the spell ends, he has to make a con save. And then if he fails, he takes more fire damage.
Yeah. Cool. So you bash him in the back. You see flames go up his back, and he howls out. He like snarls in pain. And as he's shoved forward, you just see the Fury just grab the back of his head with her claws and just headbutt him. And
You're welcome.
he takes. She grumples a little bit. She's now Furiosa and Max combined. All right. So you do a good job. You get a cookie. You have. He's not looking great. Rather, he's starting to slow down a little bit. He's a little like doing that like doing that boxing. Yeah, doing that boxing animation of like. Not like on the ropes, like you're gonna murder him, but he's not doing great. Okay, so that's the end of your turn. We're back at the top. We're gonna move on from Dag. Dag runs into the Alex, do you mind if I editorialize and say you tell Dag that Max is hanging underneath the truck?
Oh yes.
And Dag's like, my boy! And runs inside.
Max was kind of hanging because he made sure I didn't fall off my son, and it's gone.
Just runs. Okay, so Dag rushes back into the tanker to get Max. Okay. That means it is Toast's turn.
Yeah, so these other cars are obviously getting further away from us.
You got pretty good range though.
Yeah, I do. I think I have 90 feet.
Yeah, you can hit the closest one.
Yeah. Okay. Well then I will try to hit the driver of the closest one.
Ooh,
and
nice,
I will use my Deadeye shot so that I get advantage on my attack roll as well.
All right.
For the funsies.
Go for it.
The first one is a 22.
That'll hit by like over 10.
Yeah.
You're aiming for the driver, not for the car.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. So then +7, and then I still have that radiant damage, right?
You
more?
get 1d4.
1d4. Okay. Then that was a total of 4 radiant damage and 7 piercing damage.
Nice. So 11. Very nice. Okay.
And then I guess I will, I can't reach the other car though, right?
I think it's a little too far back for you.
Okay. Then I'll fire at a different Goliath that's on top of the car.
Okay.
And that is a 15 to hit.
That'll hit.
And a 12 piercing damage and 2 radiant damage.
Nice.
And that will be my turn.
Not a bad turn. Okay. Toast, you just keep firing off, and you're just aiming at the car. Pew! You're aiming at the person. As you hit him with a magic bullet, and the gunner just like ducks down as you hit him, like just sort of. Or rather, as you hit really close. I like to play HP is not necessarily the physical damage you're doing, but it's the culmination of the damage you take, the luck you run out of, your own just like nerves in the fight and that kind of stuff. So it's what leads to you eventually taking a mortal injury because you can't fight it off anymore. So, good job. It is the Fury's turn. The Fury just headbutted the Warboy and is going to try to throw him off the rig. She rolls. And he is very strong. She tries to shove him off, and he like grabs onto her wrist and holds back and just shoves her back into the wall of the rig. So she does not successfully knock him off the rig. And I want to check something about fallen somewhere. Sorry, not trying to spoil anything. But, you know. She's going to... she's gonna just swipe at him again. Misses. She got jostled a little bit when she got shoved against the wall. Okay. Fragile, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Fragile's gonna kind of look around. Kind of look up at Splendid. Same way they did when they had the stupid idea of going through the hatch, but this maybe is less dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're gonna look at the big Goliath that has jostled the Fury that, even though they scared Fragile, clearly is having a little trouble.
You're not...
And then
yeah, go ahead. Oh, I keep... take
gonna...
the Constitution save again. I keep not... Or Charisma save. I keep not having you roll those. You and Capable both. Please give me the Charisma save.
14.
14, okay. Yeah, give me the... I forgot to have you roll the Charisma save at the end of your turn to see if you're not afraid of the Fury anymore.
21.
21? Okay. Fragile, the DC was 14.
my God.
So you can not be afraid of her anymore, and Capable, you have way bigger shit to deal with right now, so the Fury's small potatoes. So Fragile, what are you gonna do?
Same kind of sneaky little scampering motion, just kind of runs on up to the back of the Goliath and just sticks their hand on the small of their back and casts Shocking Grasp.
Hell yeah. Fragile.
That is a 15 to hit.
That'll hit.
Where have my d8s gone?
These boys are scrubs.
That is 12 lightning damage of just pure, oh god, I need you to not do that kind of slight panic.
You hit him, and he just... and he almost falls over. You have wearied the war boy. Good job.
They're gonna look over, like, not probably underneath the war boy's arm up at the Fury and just go, hope you got it now. And then bonus action disengage to scamper back a little bit to not get immediately stepped on by the war boy.
Very confused. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Capable, your passive perception is not quite good enough as a pair of arms grabs the wheel, and the war boy you kicked in the junk is like, what are you doing? And he's trying to wrestle the wheel from you.
No.
What do you do? I'll give you a moment
I don't
to react.
know what I'm doing.
He's gonna try to wrest it from you. Give me a...
Kick him in the balls again.
He's sitting. It's hard. You want to fight him for the wheel, or you want to do something else?
He's behind me.
Yes.
She's going to try to backwards headbutt him.
Oh yeah.
Just like
Okay.
whip her head back
Sure.
and try to hit him with one of her horns.
Oh no. Okay, sure. Go ahead and, I mean, if that's that specific, give me an unarmed attack roll.
Awesome.
I don't think
I
you're.
can
I don't think you're proficient in that, but it's on your actions, I think.
What? I'm not in head whip.
Not
In
proficient in
goring
goring.
people. Yeah.
22.
That hit. What's the damage on unarmed attack? 1?
3.
3? Okay, sure. You hit him in the head and you just, oh, fuck. Why did you do that? Stop the truck. Why are you leaving? We're going to God.
She's just trying to keep the control of the vehicle right now.
Okay.
That is her main
Um,
focus.
Give me a strength check real quick as he
Oh.
tries to wrest it away from you.
Natural 20.
He rolled a 4.
22.
So you butt him in the face. I mean, of course he's gonna not be able to hold on to the thing. And you get him right above the eyebrow. And in case anybody doesn't know, your face bleeds a lot. Like, there's a lot going on, and even if you take a little bit of a nick, like, you're gonna bleed pretty bad from your face for a while. So you poke him, you scratch him in the face, and there's just blood in his eyes, and he's just like, oh, and he stumbles into the passenger seat. And it's just there holding his face. Okay.
Sorry.
Good job. So, you're just like, okay, I'm gonna keep driving.
You do that.
So, very good. And then we have the War Boys attempting to catch up with you again. They're going to vroom, to be technical about it.
Very technical.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80, 100. Okay, he's not very close. And they're a little further off. Okay, and then they're too far back to mess with you anymore, capable, but they will try to aim for whoever is on the... We'll say they're gonna, the one on the left is gonna aim for Toast. Both guys are gonna be firing at you. But then also... let's see. Oh, fun. The one on the left starts easing closer to the truck, and it is going to... You see this big metallic claw swing around as one of the Goliaths is operating it, and he's gonna attack you with the grappling claw.
No, thank you.
That is a 26 to hit.
No.
So weird.
Yeah,
You've got one of those
that's-
bell curve ACs that it's like, if it's too high, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You kind of duck a little bit, but this claw just reaches out and grabs you. You are grappled by the claw as the car is keeping speed and it's holding on to you. And you are restrained until the grapple ends. So your movement is 0, and I believe your attacks have disadvantage. Yeah, and attack rolls against you have advantage. So basically you're being fucked up is what I'm saying. Okay, and then the other side, they're too far, but one of the war boys is gonna try to sidle up to the truck and jump on. Yeah. So one of the guys is riding the side of the scavenger and just and grabs on and starts climbing up the tanker. Okay. Capable. You see the guy jump up onto the tanker, and you also see that Fragile is currently being held... Not Fragile. Toast is currently being grappled by the claw on the other car. What you want to do?
Is it my turn? It's my turn, isn't it?
Oh, it's your turn? Yeah, it is your turn.
I don't know. Is
Sorry. It is currently Capable's turn, my bad.
She is going to look at the one next to her. Does he seem preoccupied with his injury?
Yes.
Awesome. She looks up, looks to the car. How far is the rig that was sidling up to us?
The one that someone
What'd
jumped
you say?
from, or the one that's grappling Toast? There's two.
The
One
one,
of-
that...
There's one on the left that has a claw on Toast, and then the one on the right is further back, and a guy just jumped off of it onto the rig. So they're both
the
like
one
within
that- the-
15
the
feet of
one-
the truck.
Okay. The one that jumped is what I was asking. But
Yeah, he's right up against the...
Okay. Sorry, I wish I
No,
had a
you're
better
fine.
plan. I was not expecting.
A grappling hook.
She. She's gonna climb out of the thing. She's gonna look down,
What are you doing?
kick the thing back into place slightly.
Okay.
Lightly tap so it doesn't shift the entire truck.
Sure.
And she's gonna climb up out of the side of the...
Okay, so you basically lock the steering so that it's going
Yeah.
forward. Okay. There's nothing
And
ahead
she's
of
gonna-
you. It's just desert.
And she's gonna climb out and try to help.
Who are you gonna try to help?
Toast, probably.
So you climb out and you rush over in the gunner area and you try to help Toast. I need you to give me a strength or athletics check as you try to wrench her free.
Non-natural 20.
Non-natural 20. I mean, that's plenty. Not only was that enough of an effort because you want to get Toast out, but you also know how to fuck with machines. So you find like exactly where you're gonna mess with like the hydraulics of this grappling hook, and you just like slice it open, and the whole thing just like lets go like the worst claw machine. And Toast can just slip right out. And the thing's just like trying to... It can't grab anything anymore. Good job. All right.
And that is... She's gonna yell down into the cockpit, for lack of a better term.
It's the cabin.
The cabin. Don't fuck with the steering or else.
Give me an intimidation check.
Hell yeah.
Okay. 4.
He rolled a 3. Yes, ma'am. Fucking amazing. Yeah, he rolled a 3. That's amazing. Okay, so you're both the least intimidating people. You were slightly more intimidating. Okay, so you successfully ungrapple, or no, the truck didn't disappear. You successfully ungrapple Toast, and it is Splendid's turn. Splendid, you see the war boy on top of the rig in the back, and he's starting to come forward. I'll put a little X where he is so you can see it.
Okay, thank you.
He's right here.
Yeah, she's gonna move forward and punch with her shield and try and push him back or off of something. 'Cause fuck that noise.
Okay, so you clamber up the tanker and you try to hit him. Give me an attack.
Damn it, why is my mic being stupid? Natural 20, so total of
Fuck
21.
yes. All right. So go ahead and deal your damage, and you're gonna take the you're gonna roll right, or what's easier for you? Take like which order? Maximum and then roll again, or roll and then add the max. Some people have different math brains. I don't know.
It's fine. I got it.
Okay. For those of you watching at home, my critical for nat 20s is you take the maximum you could have rolled on your damage dice, and then you roll another damage dice. That way you always have something a little special when you're rolling crits. As opposed to rolling 2 and you roll a 1 and you only get 2 on a crit. That doesn't make sense. God, this is like some final rites shit.
So 12 bludgeoning damage and 10 fire damage. Because her shield is still on fire.
Okay. Nice.
And she is trying to push him back. So
Okay. Give me a strength check.
non-natural 20.
God damn. He also got a non-natural 20.
Oh fuck.
So you're in like this guy holds onto your shield as you're trying to push him back, and he's looking down at you going, "Splendid, it is time to come home."
It's not my home. I am not going back there. You can't own a person.
And you're grappling with the Goliath on the top. Capable is shoving back the grappling hook. Fragile is hiding away from this Goliath as the Fury is still in blows with it, and Dag is hauling Max up out of the bottom going, "It's okay, buddy, it's okay." As you all continue racing down the desert, the scavenger on the left starts gaining a little bit of momentum, trying to get ahead, and that Goliath is going to try to throw more stuff in front of the truck, and because there's nobody driving it, it automatically doesn't succeed on a save, and
Had to save toast, okay?
no, it was valid. It was a valid choice. 14.
I didn't want her to be burnt toast.
No.
The Goliath in the front seat sees the guy trying to stop it, and he's like, no, I mean, and the shrapnel gets thrown on the ground. He's like, fuck, and he's trying to get to the steering wheel, but the shrapnel hits and rips off some of the armor on the rig. The rig has shed some of its armor. Its damage threshold is going to be reduced by 10 until someone fixes the truck. And so a bunch of this armor goes flying, some of it right past you, Splendid. Everyone's kind of making a duck as you kind of duck out, and you see behind you tiny shadows of more vehicles coming after you. There's a bit more of a chase than you think. And that is where we're going to stop for tonight.
Oh no.
It's almost
There's
like this
that.
movie is a 2-hour car chase.
Hey,
We will
brief
see.
moments of not a car chase.
We will see where next week we'll take our heroines as we continue with the story of We Are Not Things, Path of the Fury. Thank you all so much for joining us today. I'm so excited about this little mini campaign we're going to be running. It is something that I have wanted to run for literally years, and I finally found a bunch of people nerdy enough to do it with me, and I can't wait for next week. Up until next week, you can still donate. You can still be a part of the donation process, still get in on the giveaway. We will be putting more information on our Twitter. We'll be doing some spotlights over the week about some of the prizes that you can win, so you can check us out on Twitter and find out more. We are Nerdsmith. That's the name. Not We Are Nerdsmith on Twitter. No, it's We are Nerdsmith on Twitter. And you can also follow us here on Twitch. If you want to know when we go live next, you'll get pinged. Just to make sure everybody knows, you can... Oh, come on. I have permission. I am
doing this again.
I am the mod. Let me
You are the
in.
permission.
Hold on. Permit me. Will it let me
You
give
just did
myself
it, too.
permission?
Yeah.
God. I could give myself permission, apparently. Anyway. Go to nerdsmith.org/donate, or go to the widget underneath our video, which has the Tiltify information, and you can donate there. $5 or more gets you entered in for all of our giveaways, and a $10 or more gets you into all the giveaways, plus our special Die Hard Dice giveaway, which is for a physical set of metal dice in the style of Dracona Chaos Ether, which is a beautiful dragon scale style with this really lovely sunset colors. It is one of possibly the prettiest sets that Die Hard Dice produces, and you can get a chance to get your own set if you donate $10 or more to the channel. Thank you so much to the people who donated already this week or tonight. Let me pull them up. We are at $250 of our $1,000 goal for the 3 weeks. I very much hope we'll beat that. I think we will. But I want to thank Morgan. Thank you so much on your way. Oh, their response was raise a glass to Freed.
God damn it.
And also, Rainbow Archwizard Matthew. Matthew, thank you so much for your donation. We also had... let me find everybody. I want to find everybody. Thank you, Draco Liches for reproductive rights. Thank you for your donation. Anaricide, thank you. Nerd Building, thank you so much. And Fennec, of course, thank you so much for your donations tonight. We cannot wait to continue. This is a cause that really matters to us. We think that reproductive rights are human rights, and you should support them, and the National Network of Abortion Funds helps to provide those services and make them as available as possible. So thank you so much for continuing to help fight the good fight and stick it to the patriarchy. Anyway, we will be here next week, same time, so July 28th. We will be here starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's 6 p.m. Pacific, and we will hopefully see you all soon. We'll see what happens. And we may or may not, stay tuned, have a special guest star next week. All right, everybody, please don't have a brain fart. Please have a safe rest of your evening, make good choices, and above all, please do us all a favor, and despite all the blood and guts and mayhem, please do us a favor and be good to each other. All right. Bye-bye.